Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get in here and get started a little earlier. I know it's going about 2 o'clock, but I'm going to go ahead and get this thing started. Going to be here till we get up to landfall. How you guys doing? Ready to watch this storm come in? Good news is I don't think we're going to get much of a push here as far as any kind of additional strength, and I think we'll just kind of hold our own here a little bit. But I don't think we're going to see any big advancement. Right now, the 2 o'clock advisory should be coming in here very shortly with that. Hey, Michael, how you doing there? Looks like L.A. dodged a bullet with Francine's interaction with that cold front, or L.A., Louisiana. It's still going to pack a punch, but the dry air kept the strengthening in check. Yep, you are very correct on that. That's among other factors. There's some wind shear there as well with that southwest flow. But we'll have the 2 o'clock advisory here coming up here very shortly. I wanted to go ahead and get started, as I think we're going to start seeing conditions going downhill here for the rest of the afternoon. So if you want to kick on back, relax, watch our coverage as we go on back and get into this thing. We're going to watch how things progress here. Let me go back out of my studio mode here so I can actually switch radars here very effectively. So there's our regional radar look here. Again, you were talking about that front there, Michael. Yeah, you can see that old boundary there just to the south, so it's interacting with that. But definitely getting closer and closer to landfall here in the next few hours. We're coming up on 2 o'clock. So at that forward speed, I think 5 o'clock still looks pretty reasonable to me to see that kind of come to a landfall. Let's go over to Radar Omega here. We'll start looking at some of the data here as we're kind of looking at some of the storm chasers. You got 3 of them out here. You got these guys are all kind of all grouped together here as they're kind of watching this eye, which is back here. This is a very big eye. Let me change that color. Let me change that to something a little different there. Let me clear that out real quick, and let's use the telestrator here. If I use the right one, it would probably be helpful. As you see, getting a new span. This is a pretty decent size eye. That's about 40 or 50 miles across there. On that center of circulation there on Francine, we got our storm chasers up here. They're all going to be giving some video, and we'll see what happens as you get that hurricane force winds that'll be coming up there at landfall here pretty shortly. So we will see what happens when they get up that way. Let me clear this out. There we go. Let's see what these guys are seeing out here right now. And just plain old rainy conditions. It's not too bad there right now. A lot of them are hanging out near the stick. There's well, where is it at? Well, it was there a minute ago. There was a mobile stick there that was showing up a minute ago. Oh, it's over here. Here it is. It's right next door. It's just can't see it in the rain. So wind's only showing about 10, 17 miles per hour, but the pressure is falling. And, they're going to see things going down here. There's Brad's feed there. And all these guys, you can pretty much find their feeds out on YouTube as well. But we'll be bouncing around between these guys and watching this as we getting close to landfall. Never got that eye to really kind of close off. I was mentioning earlier the fact that, the eye was too big. You weren't going to get any real substantial drops in pressure there with an eye that big. So, and it never fully cleared out as we were seeing there on the regional satellite there. That's the infrared imagery. You're just not seeing it. Even then, it looks like a little drier, still trying to get into that core. And notice that the cloud tops, which were brighter earlier, seem to be fading a little bit. That could be indications of the storm weakening a little bit as we're getting closer to landfall here with Francine moving in closer to the coastline. So we're going to watch this. The big thing I'll be watching is to see how these outer bands behave as it moves in for landfall. I got to check these different radars here away from these outer bands here. So what you need to watch for potential development there for possible indication of getting water spouts and the potential tornadoes. It's going to be out here. This really picks up over the next couple hours as we're heading toward landfall. The tornado parameters go up pretty good in there. So get to watch that and see if we get any additional tornadoes that possibly get spent up. Of course, the storm chasers don't care about individual weak water spouts or tornadoes. They want us to get into the eye of the storm. And as big as this eye is, you can't miss it. And it isn't like we got a tight one to say the least in there with the winds moving in. So that is for sure on that. So anyway, let's go in here and let's take a look at what's going on here. We're waiting on that latest and greatest here data to come in from the hurricane center here on Francine. So we're just kind of, we got about another 5 minutes. We should see the new update here come on in here, and at that point we'll be able to see what the latest is. Here is the big picture items here, and I've got this on automatic reset, so I should keep coming back to this. I should be able to see exactly what Francine's going to do here as it moves on in. Let me go ahead and make that adjustment on this one here. I want to make an adjustment here. I want to adjust that one here. Let me go unlock that one. That one can stay locked. That one cannot. Just want to, looks like I'm clipping a little bit of it here. I want to make sure I don't clip a little bit of it. There we go. Just got to make it a little more quiet. But so right now, the 2 o'clock advisory should be coming out probably next 5-10 minutes. We'll see if there's any changes. I doubt it. I think the pressure probably stay the same. Wind speed will probably stay the same. So we're looking at a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane at landfall. So that will be the strongest one to hit. I think when Beryl hit the second time, obviously going into Texas, that was about 85 miles per hour. So this will be the strongest one coming in there on landfall that we've had so far this year. So hopefully we won't run any indication of getting any, anything stronger than that. But we got more of the hurricane season to understand. Yesterday was officially the peak of the hurricane season, where we had obviously had the peak being the 10th, and it was quiet there for a while until we finally got this storm to finally come to fruition a couple days ago. So now we'll see what the rest of the hurricane season will hold, as things we're probably going to get pretty busy out into the Atlantic here for the rest of the afternoon. Luckily, if you guys haven't if you're not subscribed to the channel, my shorts get pretty good play. I do a 1-minute hurricane update short or tropical update short. It's about a minute long on shorts. I put on reels, and even I started putting them on TikTok too. Those go pretty good, go pretty well. They kind of give you the down and dirty in 1 minute, so you don't have to sit there and watch through a very long broadcast. So hopefully that'll help you there. Look at the circulation center here as this thing goes through. Again, this is a fairly large center of circulation here coming on through here. It'll be interesting to see what these sticks here, as they getting closer to it, what exactly that'll look like as far as the winds when it gets up that way. When it gets up closer to the coast. So I'll be interested to see what those winds, give you an idea how wide this is. Let me stop this thing right here. And I'm going to kind of do a measurement here across this way. So let me get the little measurement stick here. So if I extend this way, it's 61 miles across the center of that thing in that direction. And then it's about 35 this direction. So it's like an egg-shaped there. With the center of circulation in this storm right there as we're getting closer to landfall here late this afternoon. And then our attention will kind of shift to more of what's going to happen with the tornadoes and things like that when we get toward the landfall. So as we're waiting for this new update to come on in, let's talk about the model data here. Let me go ahead and pull this up. I do have the latest 12Z data here from a couple of the hurricane models here. So this one here at 5 o'clock this afternoon, seeing a couple of showing some wind gusts in here up to 114. I see one there. I see a 96 in here. So it's seeing some pretty gusty winds. I think the sustained will probably stay about 90. They may up at 5 more miles, but I don't think so. I think it'll stay its own at that speed. But as this thing makes landfall and moves on in, you're going to get hurricane gusts all across New Orleans. I think what I last saw on Twitter, there was 6,000 power outages already in Louisiana as this thing moves on in. So, and it's only going to get worse here for tonight. And this will also include into Mississippi, parts of Alabama, maybe Florida, getting in here on some of these wind actions. So you can see going in overnight here, as we go toward tomorrow morning, you're still looking at some pretty good gusty winds here, upwards of 50 miles per hour across portions of Mississippi and Alabama as the system moves inland there on tomorrow. So, and then we'll still have to deal with the tornado threat there as well for that day. So taking you out here, you'll see this thing kind of moving into very gusty winds there in the afternoon. There's also a bit of a pressure gradient, at least on the Georgia side, with the high pressure, kind of a wedge that's in place a little bit. With the low and high, there are going to be some gusty winds around anyway, even regardless if you're not even part of this. But this looks like some pretty heavy winds here, still going up into Tennessee. Look at that, 50-mile-per-hour gusts into the western portions of Tennessee, northern Alabama. on this going in toward tomorrow night. So we got some time to watch this thing really get going as it gets closer to landfall there. And I'll just leave it right there here at the 5 o'clock hour. And then looking at the European model, the European model here brings the landfall at 8 o'clock. I think that's a little late. Of course, when you got an eye that big, it's going to come up a little bit anyway. So 973 millibars, that's reasonable. We're 976 right now. So again, you're not going to see any big rapid intensifications on this storm for sure, as this thing swings on up into Mississippi and weakens here as we go into tomorrow night, or going into a day tomorrow and then to tomorrow afternoon. So that's that close-up model there. Here's another perspective again as we watch the southeastern version of this. This is the latest European, the 12Z run here. As we'll see the rains moving in across Alabama and Georgia, heavy rains. The core of the heavy rains will be across Mississippi, going over Memphis, obviously. Little Rock kind of getting clicked there a little bit. And then this thing just kind of stalls out, and the rain just going to kind of linger there across the areas of Georgia and Alabama and things like that going on into there. So let's switch this over. I didn't think this over. Let's take this back here. Here we go. This is the 12Z. All right, so you see this thing moving again. No major changes there, really. And then that kind of lingers there. And then we'll see. We'll see what this thing does here with the stuff off the coast. You notice there's some energy there coming off the coast. The 0Z was trying to form something up there, and the NHC's got like a 20% chance for development on that system as it moves on into the Carolinas there long term. But for right now, again, we're just kind of watching what goes on with this thing as it moves on in there. And then obviously we're going to have to watch the rainfall. Rainfall is going to be significant as well. Let me go to switch this back over to the 12Z, and that's the latest run here. And some very, very heavy rains here stretching all across Alabama, Mississippi, going over to Georgia, Florida Panhandle, getting on some lot of heavy action there, and then some more rain may come in there long term. But look at the central Georgia feeding in here with that additional rain up to 11 inches south of Metro Atlanta. Ouch, that's a lot. That is quite a bit there. Big bullseye. I need to watch and see if that comes to fruition. Right there, showing some very heavy rains getting over toward Metro Atlanta with this system. So, like I said, we got a few days. Definitely watch this, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops. Well, we're at 147. Let me go back over here to the graphic. We'll take a look at Francine's latest here. Let's see, there it is. We do have it updated. Good. And I need to update my box because it adjusted a little bit, and that's okay. That's all right. We can still fix my box here a little bit. So, did not see any change in the winds. That stayed the same. So we're at 976 millibars, 90 miles per hour. It is picking up speed. Forward speeds up to northeast at 16. That's why I think the landfall is probably closer to 5 o'clock, I think, 5, 6, than what was originally kind of miles. We're kind of saying 7, 8. I think it'll be a little sooner. It's definitely been undergoing some a push with some southwest northeast winds giving a little bit of a push there on the radar image. I can kind of show you this kind of, if you look at the national view here, it's a little bit elongated there as it's getting closer to the coastline. So it's getting some upper level winds that are kind of blowing over the top here a little bit. So we got a little bit of wind here going over the top. So with that winds going over the top, that's a little bit of wind shear. That's why that's one of the other negating factors on this. A little bit of dry air, interaction with an old frontal boundary. All those things really kind of prevented this thing from becoming a major hurricane, which is definitely a good thing. Not seeing that, that's for sure. Hey, Rita, good to see you there. No problem. I enjoy doing this, and hopefully maybe we'll get a few people to join us here for the coverage this afternoon. I know it's going to be slim pickings. You got a lot of people. I was looking on YouTube earlier. There's a lot of people out there doing their thing. So hopefully I'll give it to you straightforward. We'll watch this closely. And if you guys got any questions, like Rita did, you can put it in the chat on Facebook. I'm also streaming on the Facebook platform as well. And in fact, I want to double check and make sure that has not changed. It should be streaming. Yes, we are streaming over on Facebook. And I've got the viewership over there as well. So if you guys are on Facebook or on Twitter, I can see both of y'all's questions on both platforms. And you guys can leave a question down below as we'll watch this system very, very closely here for this afternoon. I'm also going to be watching, another thing I'm going to be watching here is obviously the Twitter feed here. I want to watch Twitter just to kind of see what happens here with as the storm comes in. We will see what new stuff from people. That's why I'll be watching this closely just to kind of see and make sure if there's anybody got any video or if any flooding or anything happening, we'll put this. Right now, it's just a lot of weather information out there on the X feed right now. But as we go through the rest of this afternoon into tonight, I'll keep going back to here over to the X feed and just kind of see what's going on over here with any of the stuff that happens here for this afternoon. So just know I'll keep looking back and forth for you on that. So again, we're kind of looking at a live look here at this is in Biloxi, Mississippi. They're going to be on the outer sides of this. They're going to be getting some heavy rains. Most concerned here about water spouts and things like that. I failed to show you this. I probably need to go this. Pardon the ADD boy as I'm trying to get this here going for you. One thing I do want to point out for you here. Let me go back here to the model data. I do want to show one thing I totally forgot to mention here. Very important thing is this is the high resolution data here. This is the tornado parameter here coming up along the Gulf Coast. All right, so as this thing is coming in here over the next few hours, the chance for water spouts or tornadoes will really go up here a lot across this portion of Louisiana. And this is going to spread in along the Gulf Coast across the Alabama Gulf Coast, Mississippi, and into parts of the Florida Panhandle for tonight. So watch as I progress this forward here over the next few hours. You'll see this kind of go downhill along the coast around Mississippi. We're talking Biloxi, Gulfport, getting into Mobile, Pensacola here. This is for the overnight hours. So hopefully these folks see it here. If you got a good weather app on the phone, if you're watching, anybody coming checking in on this coverage later, just make sure you got your app. Make sure you got your weather radios on and stuff, because you get something that could spin up fairly week one here across the Gulf Coast. And then this will shift over to the west there, or to the east as it goes into Alabama and parts of Florida, and even into Georgia there a little bit going into your Thursday afternoon. So that's where we're going to be seeing that tornado threat over the next few days, over late this afternoon into tomorrow morning, overnight hours, and then throughout the day tomorrow. And we can kind of show you the severe weather outlook here. Again, looking at the latest here from the Storms Prediction Center. This is as of right now. This is the day one outlook here. And hello, hey, good to see you. Hello from Panama City, my old stopping grounds. ATL Fly Girl, good to see you there. Welcome on board here today. And thank you for joining us. Yeah, and you guys in Panama City, as you can see, the slight risk here for severe weather, that also includes a tornado risk here, okay? So your tornado risk is running about 5%, and thank you for the new subscriber there. I appreciate you joining the family here. Always want to welcome every new subscriber here to the channel. It's good to add a little bit to here. We're trying today, I'm hoping today with the coverage we may get to 4,400. That's what I'm trying to do. So as you guys come on board here, if you guys can please share the broadcast with anybody or share it into your own feeds or things like that, I'd appreciate you guys' assistance here. And thank you. There you are. I thank you. Welcome you on board there. New subscriber, ATL Fly Girl. Yeah, I used to work in Panama City back in the day. I used to covered Hurricane Ivan back in 2004 in Panama City when I worked at Channel 7 down there. So anyway, so you guys watch out for, I'm good friends with Chris Smith over there. Yes, and Hurricane Michael, boy, that was a bad one. That was one I didn't have my YouTube platform, and I was streaming on on Facebook at the time, and I was so right 100%. I wish I was so wrong on that one, but that was one that I knew was going to be a lot stronger than what it was. So, hey, welcome on board here. Those folks are coming on board here. I know I started a little bit early here on the 2 o'clock coverage. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please consider it. We're going to be doing wall-to-wall coverage. We're going to be going all through. And we do have our first tornado warnings, as I was just mentioning the fact that we were going to see this. And we do have our first warnings up. So let's go with Radar and Mega here, as we do have our first warnings here. I just popped up here. I just saw the warnings pop up. There it is right there. Let me switch over to the Mobile radar here. I think I need to switch over to that one. Let's pull that one up. Probably a little bit easier to see. So here we go. Our first radar indicated here. This is for Plaquemines County. Tornado warning goes until 1 o'clock. This is it's moving along the line from Port Sulphur to near Venice, moving at about 40 miles per hour. So right on cue, after I was showing you the tornado parameters, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to go ahead and get started, as it looked like we were going to start seeing some of these tornado warnings here start to pop up. So again, anybody in here toward New Orleans in this periphery here, as the storm is moving in, needs to watch out for those isolated tornadoes that are definitely going to be popping up here. as we're getting a new scan there from the Mobile radar. I added this new little feature from Radar Omega. I love this live update. So it does a nice live sweep, lays down the new image there so you can kind of see the changes here, and it lays it down flat. So, and it gives you a nice alert tone there to kind of remind me that it's doing that. In fact, I need to bring that tone down a little bit. That's a little loud. Let's bring that down a little bit. All right, so that's the latest scan on that. Let's look at the high res velocity mode here and see if we can see anything. It's very, boy, I've never seen one that long before. I mean, obviously the rotation is moving in this direction, so anything that's spinning is going this way, rotating around that center of circulation. So that is what we're getting there. Very difficult to see when you look at velocity mode for these individual spin-ups. You can occasionally get some better ones, especially on the periphery of these. I remember during Hurricane Ivan, we got raked with about 11 hours of tornado coverage of that hurricane when it was making landfall in Panama City, the Panhandle. We got raked for hours. So the station actually got sideswiped by a tornado. And boy, it sounded like a freight train. Sure did. Sound like a freight train as it was coming on in here. And and we'll see right now. I'm just checking these winds up here. Still pretty light, 18 miles per hour. So all the heavy winds are still offshore here, but that's going to be closing off here pretty quickly as this thing is moving at a faster rate of speed, about 16 miles per hour as of the 2 o'clock advisory. Top winds at 90 miles per hour on the storm as it's continuing to move off to the northeast. It'll be interesting to see if we actually get Gordon potential or new depression out in the Atlantic here later today. I don't think we're there yet, but the last thing I saw updated from the NHC was they had put the development. We did get, there it is. It is TD7. So we did get Tropical Depression 7 now, well out in the Atlantic, and that one we get to watch for a while. I'm just kind of looking at the specifics on that one. We're going to focus on Francine, but we did get another tropical storm out there, and it stays as a storm right through this weekend. So that one is going to become Gordon, and we got a long time to watch that one. And that one I think will probably stay out in the Atlantic. I'm not worried about that one just yet. There are some indications we may get something to spin out on the tail end of this thing as this thing moves on off the eastern seaboard there. We'll have to wait and see how that looks. Let's see some of these cameras views and see what these conditions are for some of these storm chasers out here. And you can see some of the squally weather, some of the heavy winds now starting to blow up in here. Should be getting some tropical storm force gusts, and it sure looks like it there on that live camera there on that one. So let's check a couple of these other ones out. There's Brad's, and his doesn't look nearly as bad where he's at. And we got Vince's feed here. Also looking, not looking too bad there. He's on the move, and there is Connor. So we got 4 of them out there, and he's got his audio on there. So anyway, so it looks like Aaron is probably in the most squally weather we're seeing so far right now. I see ATL Flagger, what you got going on here? What'd you say here? Opal, we left and then drove back in the middle of the night. My wife was in Pensacola at the time. I was actually working in Albany, Georgia at the time, and I told her to get out because it started bottoming out at night. And yeah, as you were saying. And so we came back, slept in the car, the old Hathaway Bridge, and we have a newer bridge. Oh, I love that new bridge. I remember when they were replacing that old bridge. I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. I love this. I have this thing called Chat Ninja, which is really good. So anybody on Facebook, if you're watching there in Columbus, now for those on the Facebook side, I typically around 3 o'clock, I do an update for East Central Alabama, West Central Georgia. Obviously, we're going to be doing live coverage over here. But if you have any questions and you're watching from that part of the country and you have any specific questions there for that region, I will answer your questions there as well. So I can pull up both Facebook and YouTube questions here on the thing known as the Chat Ninja. Eventually, I got to figure out how to get TikTok into this. I got to figure out how to bring TikTok into this. I just started doing some postings on TikTok with some of the subscribers trying to bully some stuff over. So we did pick up ATL Fly Girl there as a new subscriber, and we do welcome you here on the channel. And it's going to be tough going today. I'm not going to get when you got the Godfather, who I'm sure is going to be broadcasting, and Max Velocity, and these guys who've got hundreds of thousands of followers and even millions of followers. They're going to suck all the oxygen out of the room. So So only my group of followers who are part of my 4,000 will kind of be coming into this, and we won't get a whole lot of new subscribers here out of this today. And the reason why, the big thing is it's been so quiet. We just haven't had a lot of opportunity to kind of do these kind of things, and so everybody and their mother's uncles out there, watching this and doing their own broadcasts. So. Anyway, let's go look at New Orleans, see what the camera there in New Orleans is looking like right now. Just kind of wet and damp, and we're really concerned about New Orleans with some flooding conditions, obviously. They're going to get some hurricane gusts into that area. Again, you see the track here as it gets over here. You got New Orleans is not too far away here. What's the mileage, the distance there between the track? Let's check that out. The track will be like right here. Let me get that turned on here. Turn that on and say the closest proximity here, perpendicular. So that is approximately about 60 miles. So, and I think the hurricane force gusts are definitely going to come through, especially with some of those outer squalls coming through there. Let me go back up to Radar Omega here again. So it's about 60-mile difference there on the track as this thing moves over. But look how big that circulation is. And it looks like the track is, again, a little bit further easterly here. So any jog to the east brings it closer to New Orleans and could cause some serious problems there as well. Tyler Kurtz is fun to watch. Yeah, I'm sure he is. There's a lot of folks out there in the YouTube universe. There's a few of them, and I'm not going to name them. I just won't do it because it's just not really nice, and I'm not going to. But there's some ones out there I just cannot watch, man. They take every storm, everything. It is gloom and doom. And I know it's the part of the game, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it for the storms. I'm a meteorologist. I've done this for years. I've done it for 25 years plus, and I'm not going to sit there for the sake of clicks and getting subscribers to sit there and call everything the do-all doomsday on every storm. I'm just not going to do it. So it's it's just one of those things, man. I just can't do it. I just cannot do it. I do want to grow the audience. I really like my shorts have become pretty good means of me even though this storm goes away. I obviously got the new depression, and I'll do my little shorts on them, and we'll keep going on that. That'll be something to go on and keep doing and stuff. So hey Rita, good to see you. Glad you could join us there, Rita. Didn't see you there pop in there. Good to see you north of Columbus. One of my Columbusites here on the channel. Good to see you. Whoops. Bug, go away. I've got one of my painters coming in this afternoon around 6 o'clock, so I might take a little side snack there. And I told my wife to bring home some dinner because I'm going to be doing this probably for the next 4, 5, 6 hours, depending on how I feel and how things are looking out here. I like I said, I already know we're not going to get a lot of views here today, but that's okay. I enjoy doing this. I got to admit, whenever I worked in television and we were doing the coverage. It was always fun. It was always a lot of fun to do. And that's part of working in the TV biz that I miss. But what's really amazing to me is how the technology has changed so much that every tool, everything that I could possibly develop that the TV station I have right here with my own setup. It's very nice to have. It's very good to see that. And I'm just kind of taking a wider perspective here as this thing kind of loads. There we go. What's interesting is the rain and stuff moved into the Columbus area a little bit sooner than I was anticipating here. What we're getting is you're getting a little bit of a, oops, let me get that up here again, my bad. Hold on one second. There we go. Let me get this thing going. So what we're getting is you got a little bit of an easterly wind blowing in across Alabama and Georgia. So you got a little bit of a wedge taking place there. So what that means is you got this easterly flow blowing down this way. And that east flow, if I can draw this without getting a stupid error, and then you got this moisture kind of rolling over the top. So we got a little bit of moisture going on both sides there. You found you on Facebook. Well, glad you found me on Facebook. So yeah, we're streaming there too. Kind of doing both. So the rain's getting a little early. I wonder why that radar's kind of dropped off there. So we'll let that, see if that catches up there. We'll go back over here to Omega here. And we'll have to watch that closely, see if that fills in a little bit later. Oops. Oh, turn that off. Turn that off. As you guys are coming on through in here and stuff, if you could do me a favor before you leave on out of here, just either do a share, if you could, And please leave me a comment and give me a thumbs up. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is very fickle, to say the least. And let me see, my short today. Let's see what my short has done so far today. Well, let's see. Last update here. I got to take my glasses off when I read. Most old people, they wear glasses. Me, no. I gotta put them on. Let's see here. 182. So 182 views on my little updated earlier today. And what's interesting with the YouTube Shorts is that it only does about half of them out there at a time. So anyhow, let's go back over here to the regional radar here. The satellite, I should say. And we're watching this thing as we go all the way up to Landfall here. Where is, let me double check here. I want to double check my Facebook feed. You got to check the Facebook feed every now and then. It can delay a little bit. What gets me is when I go over and look at the Facebook feed, it's a heck of a delay there. I'd say can't look at it. It's like, man, that was several minutes ago. Because if you don't have it up, it does that. But it's not looking too bad. Looking pretty solid over there. At least it's working good. I need to check and see what the hurricane hunters are doing. I got to see. I know they were out there investigating. So let's look at that real quick. Let me look at the hurricane hunters here. This is the hurricane hunter, and I need to update the track. So let me update this real quick. Got to update the hurricane hunter. Standing by here for a second. And let's see what it's showing here. All right, still looking at that. That's 1715Z, so it's still about an hour ago. So still waiting to see if they get an updated image there on that. We'll keep checking back with the hurricane hunters and seeing what's going on. If you're just coming in here right now, here's the latest as of the 2 o'clock advisory Eastern time, 1 o'clock Central, obviously. Looking at 28.6 north and 92.1 west. We're only about a few hours from landfall. Max sustained winds is 90 miles per hour. I don't suspect that's going to change. So it looks like that will be there. You get tired when you look at those screens. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, these things I kind of wear when I have to be at the wall. I probably don't even have them on when I'm sitting here. But I do get a little bit tired there with the eyeballs a little bit. But I tell you, when you're working at a TV station doing a wall-to-wall, that can be a lot of fun for sure. Now, again, the big thing with this is we're going to get some healthy rains all across the Southeast. For those who don't know, across the Southeast, especially Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, it's been very dry August and September. This is not going to be a drought buster, but it's going to put a big dent in the drought conditions across a lot of the Southeast. So some much needed rainfall there as this thing is coming on in. Now, areas in Louisiana, they've been getting pounded with that heavy rain for a while now, for days, because the stationary front was kind of hanging in there and still dumping. They've had a lot of rain in Louisiana for days now, and this is really going to bring it to a front. So hopefully the pumps in New Orleans are going well. Again, this is not a Katrina situation. At least they got to worry about that. This is not even Irma from a few years back. I think the anniversary of Irma is actually today, if I recall. Obviously, 9/11. Everybody remembers where they were on 9/11. I do. It was interesting. I was getting ready to get out of the Army, and I decided to stay in, and then stayed in for 22 years. So, long career doing the Army thing. So that was, but now we got another anniversary date for this storm, which will make a landfall today. Before the day's over, it'll be making its landfall here as we're getting closer and closer to seeing that come to fruition. Again, I'll be watching these hurricane hunters, the storm chasers out here to see what they see as far as the conditions out here. I do need to mute this microphone on. There we go. So we'll be keeping the check up back on these storm chasers as they're getting into the meat of this. And when the eye wall gets very close, or what's presumed the eye wall, that's when we'll get the gustiest winds. So you're talking winds upwards of 90 miles per hour. Some of the model data was kicking out some of wind gusts getting up to about 105 to 110 potentially there. So we're getting closer to landfall here. Again, I think as we get toward 5, 6 o'clock, with this outer wall here, let me freeze this on this last image here. Again, this is where the most intense winds are going to be. You see this band right here? This band right here in particular, this is where the highest winds are going to be. And right now, if I was to do a measurement on that, and we'll take a measurement, so we'll say from, turn this on, and from where the storm chasers are. So they're still about 55 miles away. So you can do the math. We're moving at about 16, right? So about 3 hours. So about between 5 and 6 o'clock, this eye, or part of that eye, will be sitting up here at that time. So about 3 hours away from getting that into landfall mode. We've had one tornado warning that's come out so far, and we're going to get a lot more before it's all said and done. Let me check I never did look and see, and if they did, I need to go ahead and put this up. This reminded me real quick. Let's see here. Oh, come on. I'm checking up the SBC to see if they've got a watch up box up here yet. I think they probably do. I just haven't looked. I haven't looked. I was getting so pulled up on the latest data here, and there we go. Yeah, there we go. So, okay, they don't have it issued yet, but here's what the Storms Prediction Center is saying. They're going to have a potential a tornado warning watch box going up here very soon. They'll cover Louisiana over toward Mississippi, looks like. So that's looking very, very likely here. And so okay, there's the tornado watch. There it is. What was I looking at? There must have been something else. So I'll need to turn that on, get that on there. We'll watch the watch box here. So let's, well, I'll tell you what, let me leave you on this. I'm going to go to the other mode here, and I'm going to go ahead and put it over here. So let me go to my interactive over here, and I'll just turn this on over here so we can look at it from this perspective. So let me look at my overlays. I do want to turn the radar off here for a second since it's glitching out anyway. And let's throw up the watches. And there it is. It goes until 11 o'clock tonight, which you know it's going to be issued out even further. So here are the watches. So we show you the watches here, folks. Here we go. There's your tornado watch box up there for our counties there in Mississippi and Louisiana. That goes until 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time on that one. And we'll see what happens with that. And we've already had one that was down there near Venice, out there just the tip of Louisiana there earlier. But we'll probably definitely get some more in there as this thing gets closer to making a landfall here pretty soon. And you get some of the land frictions takes place. You get some of that stuff to kind of kick on off in there. And that's what will happen there. So let me look at, I want to look, oh, hold on one second. I need to go get that. Stand by for a second. I'm glad I turned my microphone on. Y'all wouldn't want to hear me to tell the AT&T telemarketer go away. It's like I'm broadcasting here, man. Setting my dogs off. AT&T. I use Xfinity, which has been a much better stable. I was flirting with getting away from Xfinity a while back. I'm telling you, it was they were getting a little chirps here. I was going up and down, but it's been pretty stable since they did their upgrades, so I haven't had any issues with that. Hey, if you're new to the channel and you haven't yet subscribed, please do me the honor, do me the pleasure. I'd love to be one of your YouTube sources. I know there's a bunch of us out there, all of us telling you that we're the greatest thing since sliced bread to give you great weather data. But I need to try to grow the channel. If you haven't subscribed, please go and do that. And before you leave, please give me a thumbs up or comment down below. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. As you try to build the audience. It's going to be a real hard fight for us here this afternoon here on the Weather Nerds channel because there's so many people out there broadcasting right now. So I need every little bit of help that you guys can provide me if you can. Just let me know. And if you got a question or something, please leave that in the chat as well. I can pull up your chats kind of like this. I can go. I just kind of show you an example here. So boom, like ATL Fly Girl did earlier. I can pull up your questions and answer them that way. So. We're getting closer and closer to landfall. Again, we're looking at between 5 and 6 o'clock Eastern time, the way it's currently looking. It's picked up some forward speed, again, moving at about 16 miles per hour here. And I want to keep going back to this this buoy here. See, the winds here are up to 23 miles per hour on gusts. That's not too bad. But we'll see what some of these guys are seeing. Here's Brad down here. But it's so, oh, we got some trees down the road there. You already see some of the winds there gusting down. You see a tree that is falling down the road. Looks like a rotten tree at that. But it looks like we had some trees down there. Again, this is in the bayou country there in Louisiana. This is Cocodrie. So, and this area has been raked with hurricanes for a lot of years, so it's going to be difficult to see what's new damage and what was left over from something years ago. So, but that's his. He's down there. Let's see who else he's got down. I've got a couple guys down here following each other. Let's see. I think Aaron's the other one. Yeah, he was a pretty good squall earlier. So we got a couple of guys down here chasing. And they should be in a pretty good. Everybody, again, as big as that center of circulation, and they're going to be in a pretty good position to get this. This radar system, by the way, if you want to know, it's called Radar Mega. That's the title you see over there. It is a paid subscription you can get. I've got the top dog one because I want all the bells and whistles. I just want to make sure I have the good stuff for you guys. So let me go and stop this on this loop here. And just kind of watching this. It looks like the center may be tightening up just a little bit. It doesn't look quite as big as it did earlier. Looks like it's trying to you kind of see the loop there a little bit, where it looks like it's kind of trying to constrain it just a little bit. Water temperatures out here sitting about 84 degrees or so. Can't remember what let's see. I can show you the sea temperatures here. That roughly about 30 degrees Celsius. So you're talking about 85 degree water temperature right there. It's cooler right along the immediate coast to start to cool down a little bit thanks to some cooler air we've had across the nights. But you're definitely looking at about, temperatures in here sitting about 85 degrees. So, let's see, can I write 85 in there without going crazy? Yeah, there we go. 85 degrees. That's kind of a crappy 85, but anyway, yeah, about 85 degree water temperature there for this thing that's feeding over. So it's plenty warm enough there. Let's say the least. Let's see if the Hurricane Hunter's got any updates here. I just wanted to see if it's got a new image or not. Let me do a refresh on that one. Stand by. Nope. 1755. It's out there. Just waiting to see if they're going to get a new drop sound out from the Hurricane Hunters to see if, in fact, they've got the pressure's fallen at all. So that's why I keep going back to kind of check that and see how that's going there. So let's look at that's one thing I can do, which I haven't done yet, and I probably need to, just for the kicks and giggles here. Let's go over to the wall here real quick and talk a little bit of what's going on with the center of circulation. What I'm noticing here on the last, you see how blog it was there? Now it looks like it's trying to constrain a little bit. Could be just trying to organize a little bit better. And again, right up in here on the northern part of this is where the eye wall, your highest winds are going to be, probably in this cluster of storms here. Here, you probably in here and around the outside. So we don't have a closed off eye. It isn't like your textbook center eye circulation type things. So you don't have like a real closed off eye here. This is very big. It was 60 miles across and 30 miles this way. But now it looks like it's trying to constrain just a little bit. We'll see if that continues to be a trend while it's still setting over this pretty warm water. Again, 85 degree water temperature here. And as it continues, it looks like a lot of this is to the right of the eye. See, and here's the track right here, right? And if you're going to, at the center of this eye, if that's in fact is the center right there, it's kind of more over here. So again, any waffle to the right means more of the heavy winds here going into New Orleans, Golden Meadow over toward Baton Rouge. Again, any wobble to the right is going to bring worse conditions across areas of New Orleans here, and that's why all the the storm chasers are all sitting in this general area. They're kind of sitting up over here because they're seeing this wobble. I kind of agree with that. I think these guys might be in a good position here. But regardless, because of how big this eye is, they're going to get into the center of this thing and see as this thing kind of moves up here. I do want to take a look at some of the velocity mode on this. Let's take a look at the velocity and check a look and see what these winds are doing out here. Let me go and freeze this. And let's take a look at some of the winds out here. I might need to change radars a little bit, so just bear with me here. Let's go to high-res velocity. Here we go. There we go. Let's check out some of these winds and see what we're seeing out here. All right, 69, 87. There's 87 mile per hour winds there offshore. 87, 87. Again, the center of circulation is down here, and unfortunately, I don't have any data yet, so nothing. This is where no data, but around that northern part of that wall, it's just kind of searching here. Looks like the highest wind I can find is 87. So again, the maximum sustained winds were 90. So that kind of shows, it's kind of showing what the reflectivity is also showing there on the radar. So we're seeing basically right in this area here, winds getting close to 90 miles per hour, and the radar is picking that up as well with that conglomerate. So the storm, these guys are going to be getting into those kind of winds here within the next 2 to 3 hours. We'll be seeing those conditions begin to deteriorate pretty rapidly there. And put this back into motion here for you. And come back to me. Here we go. Boom, there we go. Hello. Hey, if you're new to the channel, if you could do me a favor before you leave, because folks come in and come out, please just give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment down below. And if you haven't subscribed, it'd be a pleasure to be one of your weather sources. I do a daily weather update, a national one every day. I do one every morning. Didn't want to do one today because obviously with the hurricane going on. And I also do shorts, little 1-minute tropical updates that you can get in your feed anytime you like. So if you'd like to have another source in your YouTube feed, it'd be a pleasure and honor to help you out here as we continue to try to build a proper channel. I do like this look. It took me about a year. I say, if you go back and look at my old stuff from back in October, oh man, was it bad. It's come a long way. We've come a long way to get this product the way I like it. I like my different segments down below, and I'll have to modify that for winter, obviously for winter weather, to see how that's going to go. But that's to be watchful here, to be continued. I will continue to evolve and improve this. I do want to bring in some animated lower thirds and stuff. I did download the attachment here for my OBS, but I haven't felt proper yet to use it just yet. I hope to do that soon. So that's coming. So that's Biloxi, Mississippi, looking at the rainy conditions there. And of course, man, no one's partying down north. I thought they'd be partying in the rain down there. This shot's normally pretty busy if you ever check out the YouTube feed out of New Orleans. But looks like everybody's not. We're staying inside. We're not getting wet. We're not getting into this crap. Not doing it. So they're going to stay out of it for right now. Let's see here. For those who are just kind of checking in, if you haven't seen this, I'm just going to bring you up to date here. This is the 2 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Our next update should be coming in at about 4:45, so we got another about 2.5 hours yet before we get the next update. They usually like to put it out about 15 minutes prior to the top of the hour, and they do that for the news folks. Me being a news guy, I would always be refreshing and reloading that stuff all the time to see when that's going to be going on. But they typically do that for the news guys in here. So again, before you guys just get out here, just do me a favor and give me a thumbs up. In fact, let me check and look here. I like to look and watch. We're currently up to 8 likes. That's pretty low. So you 3 guys who are out there watching right now, just hit that like button real quick. And if you already done it, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do appreciate that. Anyway, let's go back. Let me get this back over to here. And let's talk about the severe weather aspect of the storm again, as we're going to be looking at, again, we had 1 tornado warning so far, and obviously we've got this going on right now. We've got a 5% risk of tornadoes, and this will continue not only for today, it'll continue into tomorrow as well. Hey, James, good to see you there, brother. Yeah, you would think that too. You would think they would be having a hurricane. I'm sure they are. They're just inside. They're just not going to be out in the weather. That's for sure. They'll be having some sort of parties there. But again, I want to rehash this again. This is the category, the day 1 outlook here for today for the severe weather. That slight risk is where those tornado threats are going to be for this system. So you got to get that tornado risk running in there. And then as we look at the day 2 outlook here, that slight risk will be shifted off to the east a little bit. So a lot of the Florida Panhandle, a little bit of southwest Georgia, and a lot of east central Alabama. So my Facebook family over there, if you guys are watching this, I normally do an updated weather about 3 o'clock for the Facebook size for Georgia, Alabama. Just get ready. An active weather day is going to be ahead for tomorrow. I probably may do some severe weather coverage on that, depending on if conditions warrant there for that. Again, you're still looking at a tornado threat with that as well. Probably expect some tornado watch boxes to go up there for that region going into tomorrow after the morning. So again, this thing goes from morning to morning. So when you look at the day one outlook here, this goes through about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then the other one goes for after that. Okay, that goes till after that, and that'll be moving up that way. Expect some additional tornado watches with that as well. So again, if you looking at the current watch, this one here goes until 11 o'clock. All those yellow counties highlighted, that is your tornado watch box there across Louisiana and some counties there in Mississippi as we're looking at that. So we'll continue to watch Radar Omega here on there. Great app, by the way, if you haven't downloaded that puppy. It's a good thing to have on your app. I've got it on my phone. It's really a nice thing. I've actually used it to do downloads and put some stuff on my YouTube shorts with it as well. So it's a nice little thing to have there to kind of track the active weather that's going to be going on here. Let me look here. I want to double check. I should be looking at a new run coming in here. Is this fully in? Let me see if this is fully in here. That's 16 hours. Not quite. Let me back this up to the 16Z1. And yeah, it comes up through there. So what I want to show you here is the high resolution model data here for possible tornadoes. Okay, this is what I want to show you guys, this thing here real quick. So let me show you this. This is the tornado parameter from the high resolution model here. And you see this stuff, that's where all those watches up currently are across Louisiana. This is going towards 6 o'clock. And then it kind of moves up into areas of Alabama. So going into Alabama by about midnight tonight, we're talking Biloxi, Gulfport, going over to Mobile, Pensacola, going over toward Destin and areas in there. This is the end of the model run there. So this goes into 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So look out for those isolated tornadoes there across the Florida Panhandle, Mobile, and those areas here as we head toward night. And that'll spread into the areas across Alabama and parts of Georgia going into late in the day on Thursday. This model only goes out on the hourlies, only goes out about 18 hours. So that is that right there. And of course, I got to update this thing. I just saw they finally updated this graphic, so I probably need to update this graphic here. I just didn't hit the refresh on it. They just updated this at the 2 o'clock advisory. They added Tropical Depression 7, which is out there now. So which one's that one? Not that one. Not that one. It's that one. So I can turn that off. So there you go. So they got those 3 other areas there to watch out the Atlantic. We knew it was going to start getting busy, which is good. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of thinking it's a good thing that we're getting a little bit of activity out there. You can't leave an imbalance. Tropical systems serve a purpose. You can't have all that latent heat out there and not expect to get these storms. The whole purpose of hurricanes and those things like that are to transport, build up heat in the tropics and move it northward, or poleward, I should say. So these things do serve a purpose, and they just can't sit there. Now, we're not going to hit the totals that we thought we were going to hit at the beginning of the season. And one thing I will tell you, when it comes to hurricane forecast season, it's still a bit of a shot in the dark, man. It's still a bit of a problem. That is for sure there. Let me double check, make sure we're still streaming over on the Facebook side. Yes, we are. We're still doing good over here. Okay, all right. Like I said, everybody's going to be streaming here. Let me go back to the satellite here. Now, this is, 1823. That's 5 minutes long. It's just updating the satellite imagery here. Still the trend. See how bright the cloud cups were? And the trend is slight warming there. I mean, it's kind of holding its own, but the trend is definitely not right. You're not getting any bursts of new thunderstorms around that center of circulation. Therefore, I don't see any chance of the pressure falling or any kind of intensification of the storm before landfall. So we'll probably make landfall officially as a Category 1 hurricane with top winds of 90 miles per hour. The Hurricane Center kept going back and forth on whether it was going to go back to Cat 2 to 100 miles per hour or not. Didn't quite make it with it, but it's still going to be some very gusty winds. 90 mile per hour winds, nothing to sneeze at. And when these guys get closer to landfall there, we're definitely going to see some interesting data, to say the least, when that comes on in. Let me double check. I'm looking at a couple of my graphics here. And it's double checking here. That's the 12Z. See, is this thing all the way out yet? I think it is. Yeah, it's whoa. Yeah, way longer than I need to show it. So, hey, if you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, it'd be an honor and pleasure to be one of your YouTube services. My name's Greg, by the way. I've been doing this for a while, and I've been building this channel slowly over the past year. Actually, coming up on my 1-year anniversary, October 1st is when I first started this channel a year. And, you know, I thought it was going to be an easy thing. I got like 3,100 subscribers up till the first 4 months. Got a whole lot of subscribers there. And then something changed back in January. YouTube made a change in their algorithm or something, and it's been a slugfest. It's been a real fight to get every subscriber, but you know what? It's worth the fight, man. So again, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel before you leave, if you can do me that pleasure. If you can also, before you leave, just give a thumbs up or leave a comment down below. It helps the YouTube algorithm when it's doing its thing. It looks at how many subscribers you're getting, what kind of interaction you're getting. Also, if you get any comments in the likes, that helps to help pop this potential live feed into somebody else's feed. So please, the average turnaround is usually 5-6 minutes in a YouTube stream. So if you can help me out, since I'm just a baby YouTuber here with a very small audience, if you can help me out, I would appreciate it. Just do those things. It really helps out a little bit. So if you're just checking in, I noticed we got some new people just popped in here. I want to give you the latest here on the storm. So let's talk about the latest on the storm here. As the maximum sustained winds are at 90 miles per hour. That's been kind of holding steady all day today. Minimum pressure is at 976. That's also been holding steady. There is a Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there. I don't suspect we'll see any big changes there. And again, it's picked up its forward speed. It was moving to northeast at 12 this morning. It's picked up to about 16. So I'm anticipating a landfall of this storm to be taking place here very shortly in the next few hours here, as the radar is showing this getting closer and closer to the coastline. And we can kind of show you here. And if I freeze this, I want to freeze it right here and do kind of a, we'll say this is the corner of the eye wall here. And we're bringing this to the coastline. So we're only about 42 miles from the edge of the eye getting to the coastline. It's moving at 16. Do a little bit of math there, about 2.5 hours. So again, about 5 o'clock is what I was thinking. And to get up where our storm chaser guys are up here, they're about 70 miles away. So a little bit after 6 o'clock, they should be getting into their areas. But we got a couple of these storm chasers in here. And the storm has been wobbling a little bit to the east. There's been a little bit of an easterly jog with this thing. And I'm going to put this back into motion for you here. And you can kind of see a little bit of a wobble there. The eye's just kind of like contracting and wobbling up back and forth. It's never fully cleared on out like a powerful hurricane that you'd see with that classic center eye, because you can't see it on the satellite imagery. I mean, you just can't see there on the regional. Let me switch this over to the visible here real quick, and we'll take a look at the visible here. We'll take a look at that. And I'll go to the mesoscale here, and let's go here. Let's look at the the visibility satellite here. So yeah, you just can't see much in there. You know, you see something trying to form maybe some sort of an eye trying to get in there, like right here. You see that right there? A little bit of an eye trying to form in there, but we're getting awfully close to the coastline. You see the coastline right through there. And we're going to run out of space a little bit. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And if you guys who are watching, if you have any questions whatsoever, please put it in the chat. I have the ability to pull up your questions and answer them, like James did earlier. We were joking about New Orleans. We thought there'd be a lot of party animals out there. But if you want to leave a question down below, I'd be more than happy to help you out there and answer your questions. So obviously, we don't have a cleared out eye here, but the visible, it's really cool. You can see down into where that center of circulation is, but not really cleared out. And the reason for that, by the way, is again, I think there's a little bit of wind shear in the upper regions. And when I say wind shear, that's some higher winds that have been blowing over the top of the system. So it's again, you got to think of it as one big giant heat engine, okay? For these storms. They let the air kind of evacuate through the middle of the storm, and that's why it's like that. In fact, let me go over to the wall real quick here. I'll show you a little more what I'm talking about. So again, you can see here, this is the eye here trying to form, trying to clear out, but you can't see all it. You see the thunderstorms. You can almost tell that the higher cloud tops. There's a little bit of shadow showing back on here. So the sun's getting ready. You know, sun's going to be a few hours from sunset. We're not too far away, but you're getting a little bit lower angle here. So you can see that center there. Here's our coastline. All right, so it looks like somewhere right in here, if it continues that northeast trajectory, again, starting around 5, 6 o'clock, we'll be looking at our landfall up in there. And then, of course, New Orleans up in here, south of Lake Pontchartrain, they're going to get some very gusty winds and some very strong winds connections up in that area here. As we go through the evening hours, it's going to be really kind of a mess, to say the least, for those folks. So, again, thank you for the folks subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate you supporting us here. And before you guys leave and get on out of here, if you could do me the favor and the pleasure of just leaving a thumbs up, a like there. What that does is it helps the YouTube algorithm say, okay, well, one person's dumped out, somebody else can come in and help replace you right now. We're up to, let's see, we're up to currently, what are we up to on our current likes up to now? We're still holding at 8. All right. So again, if you could please give me a thumbs up in there on the broadcast, I would appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Pretty good. We're not going to get anywhere near the coverage we did some live coverage of some severe weather back in Tech. We had like over 3,000 views on that day for about 3 hours of work. So we're not going to get that with this today. Not with everybody streaming their stuff out there. In the YouTube verse as far as tropical weather is concerned. It's just that kind of day, unfortunately. All right, let me go back here to, I want to look at Omega here. Let's look at some of these cameras. Haven't looked at the Storm Chaser guys here in a while, so we want to see what they're seeing out there. Vince has moved his position here a little bit. And getting out there at Brashier Avenue. All right, just rainy, wet weather there. Let's see, got 3 of these guys here. There's Brandon, he's got his up. He's one of my normal guys I like to check in on. And that's everybody's off the highway. I wonder why. You think there was some bad weather going on today? And just kind of checking all these guys out here. And you got these 2 down here. There's Brad. Oh, he's down to the water. There you go. I don't know if I want to be there, though. Be careful about the storm surge. You see how close that water is. It ain't going to take much of a surge for that to get over that road, that's for sure. And that is not going to take much down there. And let's see, Aaron, he's off the side here as well. So these guys got to watch it. Very windy. You see the flags over here. Look at the kind of windy right now. They're kind of between bands right now. But again, look, do want to show you this. Again, the storm surge is going to be where they're at is showing 4 to 7 feet in that area. So those guys got to be careful because that water will go over that road and can cause problems if they don't have a quick evac to get out of that area. So that area gets flooded all the time. Every time we get a landfall and tropical system in there, to say the least. So they got to be careful there. And oh boy, they got the camera pointing straight down. Oh, that don't help me. Come on, man. Put the camera down somewhere else. There's Biloxi. Go back to Radar Omega here. And this rain stretches all the way over to you got a lot of these outer bands here, well away from the center. I'll tell you, historically speaking, let me get this thing looping here again. Is these bands like this that are coming around, they're the ones that could spin up your tornadoes or your water spouts initially and then coming on shore and being a problem. So, Pensacola over to Gulfport, those areas here for the overnight hours, that's when the tornado threat is going to be with. There's tornado watches already up for Louisiana, Mississippi, goes until 11 o'clock. Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, you'll get on the action here later and you're going to get some more stuff as well. I see we got a few more people popping in here. If you want to have the latest coordinates here on Francine, let's go ahead and get that to you guys here. I know you guys are passing through, so let's get you up to date here. The next advisory comes out in about a little over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. We should have another update here. But as of the last advisory here, we are at northeast at 16, pressure 976 has been holding steady there, and maximum sustained winds are at 90 miles per hour. So that is going to hold its own. It'll make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. That's good. in the sense that it's not a Cat 3. It's not a Katrina, that's for sure. But this is going to cause problems. We're going to have to watch for the flooding potential. We're going to have to watch for isolated tornadoes, weak spin-ups. That'll be a problem. As we do have a tornado watch up here. I do want to show you that. Let me show you the watch box here. That is this area right here, the yellow. That's mostly for the Mississippi and Louisiana. So Alabama and Florida, you're not in it yet, but there will be additional watches that'll come up here later tonight as the risk for tornadoes goes up here going into the overnight hours, especially after midnight. I would say things start to deteriorate there, at least looking at what the model data was showing me there just a little while ago. Waiting for the new high res to come in. It's not fully in just yet. Let me switch this back over to that radar there. Let's go. Yeah, let's stay on the New Orleans radar. That's probably the best looking one right now. Very healthy looking signature there. Let me switch over back out to Radar Omega here. Boom, here we go. And there we go, folks. I mean, that's a big eye. Thank God it's a big one and not a small one, because you see it's been waffling almost egg long shape here. All right, but these outer bands here, especially these right in here, this is where your winds are going to be the most intense. We're talking winds getting upwards of 90 miles per hour, maybe some higher gusts close to 100 miles per hour. But these guys will be seeing this here not too long. I'll freeze this on the last image here. Let's do a distance read here. Let's go this from the intense part of this eye. Let's see. So right now that's about 55 miles from those guys, and these guys here about 55. So they're both about 55 miles from the real intense stuff. Although this stuff here, can't sneeze at this. This stuff in here is probably looking pretty robust as well. Let's see what this buoy over here is showing wind-wise. 42 mile per hour winds over here. All right, so that one there is showing that already got tropical storm force winds there. There's a new scan coming down from the radar. I just bought that little update there. I really like it. I'm a techno geek. I love the alert that gives you the alert tone, and it lays down the brand new radar image. It just overlays it over the other one. So you can kind of see the changes that go from one image to the other. So as that is updating and swinging around, you can see the new laydown here. And let me clear out the drawing there. So you can kind of see it change there, and it changes. That's so neat. That's so cool to see. I really like that. So there's every time it gets a new image, it'll lay down the new data. So that's a nice little thing with Radar Omega. Very much added. If you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, my name is Greg, by the way. This is the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and we're doing wall-to-wall coverage here on Hurricane Francine. It's been definitely unusual hurricane season, to say the least. And if you could do me a favor before you move on to some of the YouTube thing, which, you know, the average turnover on YouTube is about 5-6 minutes, please give me a thumbs up if you can. Leave me a comment. Tell me where you're from. I like to know where you're watching from. Put it down in the comment. I like to acknowledge you there in the comment chat. I have a program called Chat Ninja, so I can pull up comments not only on my Facebook feed, we're also simulcasting on Facebook and YouTube. I can pull up comments from both sources. So I'd like to say hello, and thank you for checking out the coverage here for today. All right, let me double check here to see if there's been any changes to the SPC. Nope, that's still holding true. I'm just making sure they're not going to put up a new watch just yet. I think there'll be a couple more hours before they put up another tornado watch box there into parts of the Florida Panhandle. But definitely seeing some heavy rains there. Let's see what the rainfall totals have been doing in here. I haven't looked at that in a little bit. Let's look at the storm total rainfall in here so far. So the real heavy stuff obviously is offshore. I mean, wow. That is very impressive out here. Look at this there. 8, 9 inches of rain, 8 inches, 8 inches, 7 inches. Hasn't been too bad in this area just yet. A couple inches here up near New Orleans, a couple inches. So it hasn't been too bad, but the real heavy stuff hasn't moved in yet. That is coming very shortly here. So let me go back over to this radar here. Get this thing back looping again and turn that off. I really love this software. Radar Omega, the company that makes this, they're actually based here in Atlanta. They're actually on the north side of Atlanta, and I've been wanting to perhaps go over there and see if they'd be interested in doing any kind of potential partnership. I'm not really big enough for a sponsorship per se, but I would like to do a beta test for them. I did a lot of beta testing for a lot of weather companies that I worked for in television. WSI, Barron Services, Weather Central. I did a lot of those. So I'm hoping that maybe we can do a partnership where I can do a beta test for them and kind of test the new bells and whistles here on this platform. So that's something I'm hoping to work on anyway. Let's check out, see what this data sticks here showing wind-wise here. 23 mile per hour. That's still not too bad. But this stuff's getting closer, man. We're getting closer and closer to landfall. Getting very close. That is not that far away here. Let's freeze that right there. Let's check this. The size of that just to the coast there is 32 miles. So it's getting very, very close. Very close indeed. A couple more hours to, at least brushing across this. I guess you really could take landfall up to here, but these outer little banks here are going to get hit pretty good as this outer band gets closer and closer. I'm watching very closely to see what the storm chaser guys out there, the hurricane chasers, I guess we'll call them for this, show with their video feeds. And right now, hopefully they'll be able to keep the feeds up as the system gets into their area. I really think these guys over here, because it keeps doing that little wobble to the east, I think these guys are in a really good position. I think they're going to be able to see pretty good here on what we're going to see with those winds. Let me stop this again. I'm going to look at the winds. I haven't looked at that since the last few scans. So high velocity winds. All right, so I want to see what these winds are doing out here. Down near the center. Oh, there's a 92. That's the highest one I've seen so far. 92 mile per hour winds, 95. I saw 97 in there, 95, 97. There's a 97 right there. So we got 97 mile per hour winds just offshore right there. And this stuff is moving up in that direction. So these guys will probably see some pretty good strong winds coming in their back door here real soon with the storm getting close. Let me go back over to reflectivity mode again. Turn that off. Yeah, watching that outer eye wall. We'll call it an eye wall. It's definitely going to be there, but this is the most intense. This is where the most intense winds are going to be, right through here. That's where we're going to see winds up to about 100 miles per hour. This also, when this eye wall starts moving in here, that's when that storm surge is going to be coming in as well. Again, all that stuff is circulating around. You know, it's going to be surging that water up around that center of circulation. So the storm surge will be coming in. I know those guys are sitting there down on a very low plane, so hopefully they can get out of there pretty quickly. I was looking to see if they were showing here. Okay, they're moving again. They were down in the water a minute ago, and I was like, "Dude, that's not a good place to be." And let's see if the other guy's moving too. Yeah, so he's still sitting on the water there. But this area here probably gonna get some water in here. May come over the road just a little bit with the storm surge, because that right there is what they're expecting storm surge wise. This is the latest storm surge. So we're looking at 5 to 10 feet just to the right of that center of circulation. That's where they're going to see the highest storm surges coming on through. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I want to thank you to join us here for my wall-to-wall coverage here of Hurricane Francine as it's getting closer to landfall. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please consider it. It'd be an honor and pleasure to be one of your weather sources. There's so many of us out there in the YouTube universe. Again, just hit that subscribe button. And before you leave, you can do me a favor. Please give me a thumbs up. Leave a comment down below. It does help with the YouTube algorithm, as a lot of folks are out there scrambling, trying to get a little bit of audience. And, you know, mine kind of comes and goes. So I do appreciate you checking out the channel here and watching my coverage here of this hurricane. Let's go back to here. Again, that's the watches. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. Yeah, this is where I'm going to kind of be staying a lot on the radar here as we're getting closer to landfall. The big thing is what I'm watching for is, and boy, I do wish that this buoy was actually available, because I guarantee you what it would, if it was operational, what it'd be showing is probably little or no wind, and it's real quiet for the moment. The seas are probably fairly quiet in that center of circulation. So in that center of circulation, it's calm. You got cloudy skies above you. You're not going to be able to see. So it's not like Hurricane Michael was, where you had the stadium effect and you could see blue skies above. You won't see anything like that. But it would be interesting to see what that was. The problem that the Weather Service has is that when these buoys go out, they don't replace them because they don't have the money. They just don't have the money to go out and replace them. And over the years, different hurricanes have taken out different buoys, and they've just never replaced them. So it's really a crying shame to see. But it's going to be right in here especially this band here looks very significant here. Nice filling in pretty nicely there. That one's going to be quite potent as that moves on shore. That's going to be very potent indeed. See what we're up to here on the counts. Hey, we're up to 9. Thank you for that like. I appreciate somebody who just gave that like in there. Hey, there goes ATL girl back at the house. How you doing? Steady rain in Panama City. Yep, that's what you're getting down there. Again, watch out for the possibility for some tornadoes there overnight down toward Panama City tonight. I think most of the activity will be off to your west, but can't rule out Panama City completely here in some form or fashion. Absolutely be careful there. If you're new to the broadcast and if you have any questions, please post them down below. I can pull up your individual questions, acknowledge you, and say hello to you there like this. It's my little chat ninja program that I got in here. And if you subscribe, I should get an alert. Hopefully it goes off in the right corner to let me know that you've joined the family here. Let's go back here to the big national picture here. Again, you see this is the water vapor imagery here. And what you're noticing here is like, well, I see in the green, this is a lot of heavy moisture, okay? Whenever you see that green, that's high moisture content. And this yellow is actually dry air, mid-level dry air in here. Now, it's not as bad as it was yesterday. It was really bad yesterday. I was wondering if this thing was going to fight out because these tropical systems tend to be like big, giant vacuum cleaners. Sometimes they can pull in some of that dry air. It really did hurt it yesterday for sure when it was down further to the south. Where we thought we might see some explosive development. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen yesterday. And it got some dry air mid-level intrusion in there, and that kind of impacted the development a little bit. And then it got better organized overnight, and but the lowest the pressure has gone down to is 976 millibars here. So as we take a look at this is visible. Let's say this is the latest image here. Just double checking. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes old. I want to double check this real quick. Let's check the satellite imagery. I want to make sure it is updating correctly. I'm going to do auto fresh on this one. And you can see that circulation center. That's actually starting to clear out just a little bit. Oh, that's interesting to see. Well, that's going to be interesting. The reason why I say it's interesting to see is because what that means, as the hurricane hunters, you notice it's starting to clear out just a little bit in there, is that if this passes over where the hurricane hunters are up in here, they may actually see a little bit of sunshine or milky sunshine coming on through here as this eye's trying to spin up there. You look very closely, you can see it spinning in there real tight. Boy, it's spinning real fast in there. So this is clearing out just a little bit here on the satellite imagery. All right, I don't think, again, we're running out of real estate. It's not going to get a chance to really get organized or to close off, but it's interesting that we're starting to see a little bit of the eye feature showing up a little bit easier on the satellite imagery, at least as far as the visible is concerned. It's not totally cleared out. There's obviously a little bit of clouds in there, and a little bit of shadows too, I think, with some of the higher cloud tops around it, but it's trying to clear out just a little bit in there as that's going through. I thought that's pretty cool to look at. Go back over to Radar Omega here. Let's go back over to Radar Omega. Love my weather wall. I did that for so many years. You know, when you're a TV meteorologist, you like having your green screen to go over and kind of describe stuff. I like doing that. I mean, sit at a desk and kind of draw that. That's cool to a degree, but I really like the interaction. Go over my little wall over here and kind of explain things. I really like that. All right, let me go over here again. I'm gonna freeze this on this last image here. Boy, that is really tough. This is some intense stuff in here. So you're looking at right here. This is where you're going to be seeing winds in here, probably close to 100 miles per hour. That is your 100 mile per hour winds here. And we got a group of chasers here, and we got a group of chasers down here. So as this thing gets closer and closer to them, they're going to see those conditions go downhill pretty rapidly. Probably only about maybe less than 2 hours away from seeing that. And now obviously we'll see if the telecommunications network stays up and they're able to keep their stream going. That's going to be a key there. Let's look at some of these guys' cameras up here. There's Corey. They're still moving around a little bit. So the power's still on. There go the birds. Go away, birds. Let me zoom in a little bit closer here. It's like these guys are all following each other right here. There's a chaser in front of them. And they're just kind of getting off the side there. A little breezy, a little windy there. You can see that. And I guess I could pull over to a hotel room here for the night. Let's see if Connor's following him too. No, Connor's on the main road. He's staying. All right. Hey, well, thank you. We just hit our 100th viewer here for today. It's like I said, it's gonna be a fight here for our coverage here. Everybody off the roads, that's for sure. I was like, nope, we're not going out on them roads. Not doing it. But they haven't got into the real meat, man. This stuff here to the south, where that center of circulation is, that's where the most intense stuff's going to be, man. That is where it's going to be. Let's freeze that again and see if it's gotten close enough to get a really good look at the winds in here. Checking out 56, 63, 79, 84, 88, 90. Just kind of scanning. Ooh, 94, 95, 97. Saw 97 there. So we're getting, it's like we're getting a new scan coming in. No, we thought a new scan was coming in. So we're getting close to landfall. Hey, I'd like to welcome everybody to the channel. Hey, James, who's the chaser? We got several chasers out there. They've got, there's 6 of them out there right now, or 5 of them. So this one's Connor. This is Connor. Let me introduce these chasers for you guys. There's Connor. This was Brandon. He's one of my regular guys. He's chasing with this other buddy here. There's 2 of them. Well, it's getting kind of breezy out here. Getting some tropical storm force gusts to see there. There's Brandon. And there's Corey. Going to get into that squally weather up that way. And then these guys down here to the south, we've got Brad Arnold. He was down on the coast a little while ago. Definitely not a good place to be with a storm surge. But he is higher up now. And then we got Aaron. He's still holding up there on the side of the road there. Hopefully the flooding won't be a problem for that area. So we got a new scan coming in here on the radar. See how it updates the crawl here. So we got a new scan coming in. Just watching that eye wall move ever so closer. Yep, moving a little bit closer. Hey, Shirley Smith on Facebook. Welcome to the coverage here. Good to see Facebook represented. How you doing, Shirley? Hope you're having a good day. Let me get this thing back looping again. So as we're getting close to landfall, I'm definitely going to be going more and more back to the radar here, as that's going to be our main bread and butter for information. Watching what the storm chasers are seeing, the hurricane chasers, we'll call them hurricane chasers for today, and also seeing what the rain totals and things are doing as this thing moves inland. Hey, Angie, how you doing? South of, what you got here to report here? South of Carolina, just starting to get breezy now, light drizzle all day. Well, get ready for more of that there in Kaplan there. You're going to get some more of that rain there. Welcome on board, Angie. Good to see you there. And if you have subscribed to the channel, welcome to the channel. I do appreciate your support here on the Weather Nerds channel. I appreciate that. In fact, I haven't looked in a while. Let's go and check a look at this for a split second. I do want to check this. I added this in. It's more of a kind of thing to kind of keep a watchful eye on things. Let me find it. Let me find it real quick here. Oh, let me go back up here. Hold on one second. We'll go to studio mode here. I don't want to mess up my feed, so I'm going to leave that there for a second. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. I want to get this back up here and be proper. All right. So yeah, so I went ahead and put up my YouTube, my Twitter feed in here, and I got Hurricane Francine. I put this up here specifically, not just for updates and stuff, but just to keep a watchful eye on anything being reported. So this is just to kind of watch and see the Fox weather guys are out there broadcasting, and I just want to watch and see here as far as anything being reported from the surface. So I'll keep going back to Twitter as we get toward landfall and see how things are going. I love this one. Louisiana, I like a cold front. Best I could do is 10 degrees lower with a hurricane. That's pretty funny. But there you kind of see that big there, that right side of Fraudulent. That's where the tornado threat's going to be the highest. We've had one tornado warning here so far, but nothing else. But I'll keep going back to the Twitter feeds here occasionally here for tonight, just to see what the Joe Public is putting out there as far as postings from any potential flooding or any kind of tornado damage. I'll keep going back to the X feed and checking that out. Hey, if you're new to the channel, welcome on board. My name is Greg. I'm your personal weatherman. That's how I like to brand myself. We're a small little channel. We're kind of build an audience here. You know, I wish I had done this 2 years sooner, because if I had, I'd have this humongous audience. But unfortunately, I got into the game a little bit late. So we're watching landfall here of hurricane, the hurricane. I keep wanting to say Florence for some days. I don't know why. It's Francine. It's like, it ain't Florence, it's Francine. Again, if you're new, before you head off, if you can do me a favor, please give me a thumbs up if you can. Leave a comment down below. It always helps with the YouTube algorithm to kind of allow other people to kind of come into the feed, because there's so many folks broadcasting right now. So I need you guys' help as the viewer, as a broadcaster, interaction here to kind of help this poor weatherman out as he's trying to build a channel here a little bit at a time. We've had a couple of new people here join us today. All right, let's get back over here to our coverage here. Enough begging for the day, for the second, not for the day. I wish I didn't have to beg, but you got to do what you got to do, right? All right, so let's see here. Again, I'll freeze this. And boy, you see this eye, how big this eye is. I mean, this is your eye, and that is a very large eye, okay? If it was more concentric, tighter, you probably have you probably have something definitely a little bit stronger, but we don't have that. Now, what we are seeing is this eye wall has been getting a little more intense on the last few scans, okay? The last few scans here, I've been noticing this trend for this portion of the storm getting stronger, and it's going to be in that circle right there that you're going to see the highest winds. We're talking winds gusting probably to 100 miles per hour in that eye wall. The velocity mode is getting very close to that, so I continue to see that pretty religiously over here over the last few scans coming in from the radar. So let me go and put this back into scan mode, reflectivity, scanning again, and we're only about an hour or so away here from some of those stronger winds getting close to where our hurricane hunters and our storm chasers, I should say our storm chasers and our hurricane hunters on the ground, not the actual aircraft, will be seeing some of this high intensity stuff. So we're going to be seeing some of this really go downhill. And then this eye, it keeps wobbling east. I'm a little concerned whether New Orleans will actually get into this eye wall. You notice where the path is, the center here is, but I keep seeing this wobble a little bit to the east. So I don't know if some of the outer suburbs, especially out here toward the west here of New Orleans, won't get into some of the potentially get into the eye wall of the storm. LaPlace, Lutcher, I think that those areas got to be watched closely here. I think the eye is going to stay to the east of Baton Rouge. I think that it keeps wobbling more to the east, and that's been the trend here over the last few hours as we're getting closer and closer to landfall with this system. So, hey, if you're watching and you got any questions, please don't hesitate to please drop a question down below. Give me a thumbs up if you could. I would appreciate your support here on the channel. And we'll keep watching, or keep going back to these chasers here to see what the conditions are. Definitely seeing the winds picking up from Aaron's position there. Definitely seeing some gusty winds. Like the winds aren't that, I mean, the rain isn't that bad, but the wind's definitely picking up in his location. And let's see what, oops, that's one of those buoys down there that doesn't work anymore. Here's Brad. He's still on the move there. See some of the debris out here on the roads here already with some of the squalls and stuff. So he's out here on the barrier islands. That's going to need, things are going to go downhill pretty quickly. And seeing some of that rain there, and going through some of that heavy rain there. Hopefully he's got a place he can go. These guys are pretty much professionals. They've been doing this a long time. Those houses up on stilts, they'll be fine. The storm surge should pass. But seeing some of this debris out in the road, did someone's trash can get blown out on the road? Whoa, watch out, man. Yeah. You'd think you would have secured a trash can. You don't need to have secure that stuff. He's just going around them. See, the roads are starting to flood up a little bit there on this highways out there. This is in Cocodrie. I think that's what they call that, Cocodrie there. And they're not that far, folks. Again, here's the outer band here. He's stationed right there at about 35 miles away from the most intense part of the storm coming in there. Now, this band right here needs to be watched. This will probably be bringing in some activity there. Why do I keep going back to that one? I don't know, because I'm a little ate up. Go here. This right through here. Whoops, turn that off. Go my pen. Here we go. This band here may have some higher winds in there as well. So that's getting awfully close. Hey, Kova, good to see you. How are you? Kova's one of our regulars. Good to see you there, Kova. Always great to hear watching the little channel that could. Thank you. Absolutely, Kova. We're definitely the little channel that could. And we've had a couple of new subscribers to the channel. I do appreciate you guys supporting it there. I was really hoping my short was going to do a little bit better today. It's gotten viewership, but not any new subscribers today, which has been a little unusual. Usually I get about 4 or 5 new subscribers to every time I do a short update, but not today for some reason. Probably because there's so much traffic going on out there, and that's okay. Understand that. But boy, that's a very impressive mega eye. To say the least. I mean, look, do the measurement on this. I'll do a quick measurement. Across this way, that eye is 72 miles across. Big eye. That's a huge eye. All right. And going the other way, this direction, it is 46 miles in width. So lengthwise, it's 72. It's like a big egg here, 42 miles wide. So it's a pretty sizable center of circulation eye there as this thing is getting closer and closer. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more tornado warnings come out yet. I do know the models were indicating it was probably going to be more toward 5 and 6 o'clock when we're going to see the warnings come up here a little bit. James, what's the latest? James is asking what the latest storm surge prediction is. All right, James, let's go ahead and bring that up. Thank you for that question. Let's take a look at that, and I'll show you the latest storm surge here. And stand by on that real quick. I'm going to go back over to this mode here so I can there it is. So there's your storm surge right there. Again, looks like 5 to 10 feet there where the storm chasers are in that proximity. On the other side of Grand Isle, it drops off to 4 to 7, and then up toward the mouth of the Mississippi, you're looking obviously at a lower rate there. Seeing anywhere from 2 to 4 feet on that side. So 5 to 10 looks like that's a pretty good. And hello, wonderful day in Virginia. I don't doubt that. Actually, it's that you guys got a cool air wedge up there, or cool air up there that's kind of funneling down to the southeast, and it's going to help augment some of the rain with this big tropical thing coming into the southeast. That's going to be a problem. Let's go back on the radar here. Again, that's going to be staying on that as we're getting closer and closer to your to falling here. A little bit. Oh, take that off a little bit. And again, we can see that very nicely there. Go back over the wall. This is the most intense part of the hurricane. It's been getting stronger here over the last few scans that have been coming in here. So again, the chasers are in here. That wall is starting to rotate, getting very close. This band here will have some gusty winds, but it gets progressively higher with the wind gusts the closer and closer you get. I will say that the hurricane models, as far as representation from what I saw earlier, did a pretty good job with this, I think, for the most part. Looking very good. So again, right in here, we'll probably see those winds gusting up to 100 miles per hour as this thing comes on in. And then, you know, right now, I don't know how many 0 tornado warnings are active right now on the counter right now. But as this makes landfall, again, as we head toward 5, 6 o'clock, I think we'll start seeing an uptick in that. There's New Orleans up here, Huma, comment. Again, the conditions here along the coast, especially for Huma, will be one of the first big cities to kind of get hit here with this very strong wind. So the hurricane force winds, I really think they're going to get into New Orleans. I really believe that's going to happen. I think we're going to see New Orleans will see those hurricane force winds getting in there, unfortunately. It keeps doing that little wobble to the east. And because of that, I think that's exactly what we're going to see there. We're going to see hurricane force winds up in that area. And the last time I saw the power outage number, I think it was 6,000. I can check that too. Let's check the power outage here just to see what the current power outages are. So give me 1 second on that. And I haven't done this in a hot minute. Where are you at? There it is, power outage. Here we go. Turn on the state outages and close. And I'm going to highlight that. It should be able to. So it's still holding about 6,000. So 6,000 power outages right now in Louisiana. And that will probably go up, obviously, as this thing makes landfall. So we'll keep going back to that and turning that on here as we go through the next few hours here as we're watching this make landfall. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I just want to welcome you here on board. My name is Greg. I like to refer to myself as your personal weatherman. And if you're new to the channel, I'd like you consider please subscribing if you could. And if you're just passing through, if you don't want to subscribe, at least give me a like if you could. It helps with the YouTube algorithm to allow other people to kind of come in and come out of the broadcast here. And I'd love to hear where you're from. I mean, we got Kova watching from Virginia. We got James. James, where are you from? I always forgot where you're from, James. I totally brain dumped that. Put that in the chat. So, well, we're getting very close to landfall of this hurricane, and we're watching the hurricane force winds, which are really confined to this area right in here, start to brushing the shore now, getting very close here to coming on through. Hey, Carol, good to see Carol. Got the Facebook chat going here as well. Carol here says, my friend is leaving Columbus, Georgia in the morning, first thing heading to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. No, she will not. I would tell your friend Carol, probably not good to leave first thing in the morning. I would not do that. And we can show you the model data here and explain why for a second. Let's show Carol why I don't think it's a good idea to leave in the morning to do that. Okay, well, let's do that. So let me get that up over here real quick, and I will show you why. Oh yeah, Beaumont. I forgot there, James. Thank you, brother. I forgot where you were watching from. Beaumont. Yeah. All right. So let's get back up here. I'm going to go back to studio mode again because I don't want to get on the wrong graphic. Oops. There we go. All right. So here we go. So again, you're looking at your timestamp. Okay. We're looking at 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning, you got the heaviest rains coming through Mississippi and coming into Alabama in the morning at 8. 11 o'clock, it just goes downhill. If you're leaving Columbus and you're heading to the west, you're going to go right into that. And some very heavy rains and torrential rains, but blinding rains at times. And wind gusts up to 40 and 50 miles per hour in some of those bands coming through. So, Carol, I am not in good judgment would recommend any kind of leaving. Maybe late tomorrow, or if you postpone to Friday, that's for sure. Friday would be no problem, but I darn sure wouldn't be driving into that. I would not recommend leaving and driving tomorrow, Carol. Sorry, I wish I had better news for you, but I definitely wouldn't do that. All right, let's go back over here to Radar Omega here. Again, I'm here to help. I'm here to answer any questions you have, and that was a good question to ask. As we continue to get very close to a landfall here on Francine, getting close, let's take a look at some of these buoys here. There's 54 mile per hour winds there. Gusts of 54, 44. All right, there's that one. Let's see what this one's here. This one to 31. So this one down here to the south is already getting close to closer and closer to hurricane force winds. We got 55 mile per hour winds being shown right there. And that's going to be interesting. When this band, which is just the south, gets into this buoy here, it's going to be picking up some very substantial winds. To get it to stream, not working so. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry it's not streaming for you. I am doing it on the YouTube platform. If Facebook's not working for you, you can find Carol on the YouTube channel. If you got a YouTube account, you can go there and you can subscribe there. Facebook, I think it's looking good. Let me double check. I have not looked at the feed in a little while. Let me look over here. And that's streaming fine. It's streaming good on that side. Just looking at the live broadcast, and I see your comments there. So Facebook's looking good. You're okay. But if you're having issues, you can go ahead and check me out over here on the live YouTube. And again, if you're passing on through, before you leave, please give me a thumbs up. We're up to 11. We got to get those likes up a little bit. Helps with the algorithm. Helps bring in more folks here to the channel. So please do that, because the average turnover right now is like 3.5 minutes. So every 3.5 minutes, I got people coming through. So if you're passing through, please just go ahead and give me a thumbs up there as you watch on through. And if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Again, that also helps with the YouTube algorithm. Just one of those things. All right, let's get back over here to the Radar Omega here. I want to talk about what's going on here as we're getting very close to some hurricane force winds now, getting very close to the cut. And this right here is basically, for all intents and purposes, part of the eye wall. And right through here is where we're going to see the most intense winds, okay? We're talking winds gusting to 90 to 100 miles per hour in that area. Now, the storm chaser guys are a little bit further away, but the buoy, this closest buoy here, we'll be watching this data here very closely. It's going to be bringing up winds Currently at 55 miles per hour, but it's going to go up substantially here, especially with that big heavy band here getting very close to coming on in. Look at the size of that eye wall. It's like 75 miles across, 45 miles wide. So it's kind of on a long shape with that eye as it's getting closer to moving on in. And those rainfall totals are going to go through the roof. I haven't looked at that in a minute or so. Let's take a look at the storm chasers totals here. Still a lot of it's offshore as far as the most substantial rainfall amounts here. Generally 2 to 3, but as that eye moves inland, these rainfall rates are going to go up substantially here across Louisiana and up into Mississippi. The good news is it's moving at 16. That's good. So the further, but as it moves inland, it will slow down. Okay, it's going to slow down, and the rainfall amounts into Mississippi, especially northern Mississippi, may actually be higher because it is slowing down. Yeah, we got a new scan coming in here from the radar. Let's go ahead and watch that scan come in live here. That's a new little feature I added here on the Radar Omega, as we can watch the new image get laid down as the new scan is being placed. So we can watch that eye wall here a little bit and see it's just moving ever so slow closer, getting closer to that buoy there on that last scan coming on through. So we got the new image laying down here, and let me go ahead and put this back into a loop here as that scan is now finishing. Yeah, I think it's all we done. Yep. Let's switch it back in the loop. And it's 3:15, so it's either accelerated a little bit. I think we're still about another hour and a half from landfall a little bit, specifically, but definitely by 5 o'clock, I think we'll definitely be full landfall here on this hurricane. And we, for those who don't know, by the way, we have a new tropical depression way out in the Atlantic, TD7, but we got a long way to watch that one. We still got a lot of hurricane season ahead of us. And if you would like to be part of the broadcast or future broadcasts, again, this is what's currently out in the Atlantic. We got the disturbance off the Carolina coast potentially to watch, a couple out there in the Atlantic, and we got TD7, which is way out there. That one's not forecast to be just more than a tropical storm going into this upcoming weekend. So we got a long time to watch that one. Although I will say some of the long-range models were spinning that into a significant hurricane as that was moving in. Here's the latest here on the Hurricane Francine. Again, top sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. They are doing these updates now, looks like by the hour using the radar right now. The pressure's holding its own. It has increased speed forward by 1 mile per hour. So that, again, that landfall will be a little bit quicker here as that's moving on in. So we are seeing they're doing these hourly updates now because they got a good representation here on the radar. And I'll go back to Radar Omega here, and you can see that. So, again, not anticipating this thing to strengthen anymore. I think we'll have 90 mile per hour winds with 100 mile per hour gusts on the landfall with the storm. And I'm gonna keep going back to this buoy. And it looks like it dropped off for right now, but it won't stay that way. Let me go back to this, make sure I got the right one. All right, still showing 54. So that was as of 2:18. That was, if that's Eastern time. Can't know if that was an hour ago. I'm not sure. So I'll keep checking on that buoy and double checking on that. Let's see what the spotters here. They're getting in that one of those outer bands here. See, things getting a little breezy there, but not too bad. The rain doesn't look too bad there as well. Let's check out Brad. He's moving. Big thing for these chasers when they're chasing is to make sure they have a safe approach or have a place that they can get away if the storm surge starts to come in to be a problem there. It's so interesting. This area always looks so barren because it's been decimated by hurricanes over the years. So we'll check back on these guys here as this very intense band is getting very close to them right now. I'll stop that on the last image. So anywhere in this section, it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of this now, starting to get on shore just a little bit. Starting to see that right through there. That right there, my friends, is where your most intense winds are going to be, the most intense rains. And as this eye comes in, the storm surge is going to really pick up in there. All right, you're going to get quite a bit of storm surge pushing inward right here as it circulates, as the winds are blowing due south around that center of circulation. We got a new scan coming in here. Let's see what that eye looks like with the new scan going down. And inching it ever so closer here, getting very close to this buoy here. I'm very interested to see once this heavy activity was just rotating around, plows into that buoy to see what those what the wind speeds are when that comes on through. That'll be pretty cool there. The big thing is I'm just glad this thing didn't get any stronger than what it is. They're going to get power outages, about 6,000 power outages right now in Louisiana. And let's go to the let's see. Let's go check out the Twitter feed here. I want to check that out real quick. I want to see if there's anything updated here. There we go. Just scan through Twitter just to see if there's anything new. Doesn't appear to be. So I'm just using Hurricane Francine as a search and just kind of looking through here. It says, leaving a press conference, someone was reporting from New Orleans saying winds are picking up for Hurricane Francine. Rain is too. I was trying to get a quick update when my umbrella flipped. Well, yeah, I wouldn't have an umbrella in these winds. Definitely wouldn't be doing that. How you like to? You like jogging out in the rain? You see the heavy rain run up there in New Orleans, but folks say I'm still going to get my run in. God bless them. Good for them. Yeah, good for them. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. We'll keep checking back on the Twitter feed and see what is going on, and with that as well, it's good to kind of watch that. Seeing some of these folks. What? I'm sorry. I'm sitting there watching these guys with these umbrellas, and they're like just getting blown away. Why even bother? Why even bother? I mean, it's like, good Lord, man. I don't think so. Anyway. All right, let's go back over here to Radar Omega here. As we're getting closer and closer to landfall, it's now 3:21. And we're probably less than 2 hours from a landfall here of Hurricane Francine. We've got 6 storm chasers here out on the Radar Omega network right now. And we're going to be watching their feeds closely. Hopefully the rain fade won't mess with their signal strength from the cell phone towers, which obviously they're streaming their stuff live through. So we'll continue to check on that. And boy, I wish this buoy out here was working. This buoy here, which is sitting out in the middle of this eye, I guarantee is probably dead calm out there, obviously out there. But unfortunately, some of these buoys are down. They'll never come back because the weather service won't ever replace them. They don't have any money, so they're not gonna replace them there. Saw a little lightning. Did I see a lightning flash there? Yeah, a couple of little lightning. Just noticed a little lightning there. Hasn't been a whole lot of lightning with this, but I just noticed one there, a little lightning strike there as that was coming on in. A little boom for the hurricane chasers out there. God, hurricane chasers. There you go. That's the proper word for them. Let's go back out here. I'm going to freeze this. I'm going to take a look back again at the winds once again. And I'm watching to see what these winds are doing. Well, these guys are, they're seeing winds here, 56, 58 miles, 60 mile per hour winds are getting very close to these guys. But as I go further out here where that intense eye wall is, boy, you're looking 83, 94, 94 mile per hour winds, 105. That's the highest I've seen so far, 105 mile per hour winds. Did I see 112? Wow. I gotta tell you, that high resolution hurricane model did a very good job because it was showing right where that is about that kind of wind coming through there. Absolutely. And they got the new scan coming in down here. Yeah, 112, looks like 112, the highest. Ooh, what is 119? Wow. That's some good high wind gusts there. Of course, that's off the ground. The beam is shooting up. So, but that is some very, very intense rains there. And some, winds there with that right there. So that is right there. Boom, boom, boom. Let me switch over to my other one. I want to go back to the wall here real quick. So that, my friends, is some very intense stuff. So right in here, in this part of the eye wall here, we got winds tracking to close to 115, 120 miles per hour. So even though the sustained winds are 90, you're going to get these occasional wind gusts that are going to come up to close to Category 3 wind. You know, occasion. Sustain will be 90, but some of these wind gusts will get close to 115, especially in this area here. So as this thing progresses closer here to the coastline, we're going to see how these guys, I really think these guys are in a good position because this wall is going to catch them. So in here, no wind at all. Here, 115 mile per hour winds. All this storm surge will be coming up here along this coastline here as well. So these guys have moved, they're moving inland a little ways, which is probably not a bad idea. You don't want to be sitting too much on. They were on the coast water a little while ago, and it looked really, I was like, man, that water's going to go right over that road. It's just no way it wasn't. New scan coming in here. Let's take a look at the scan as it comes in while I'm sitting here at the wall. And we'll watch this closely as it updates here. And again, moving a little bit closer on every one of these. They got this on a pretty quick scan right now, but this area in here really has got some very intense winds in there, showing up very nicely indeed. Very nicely indeed. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I'd like to welcome you here to the Weather Nerds channel as we're doing some live coverage here on our hurricane making landfall as we speak, getting very close to landfall. And we're watching this. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, it'd be an honor and pleasure to bring you on board. Just hit that subscribe button, and I'd love to have you on board. And before you leave, because the turnover is only about 4 minutes on this channel, please give me a thumbs up. It helps with the YouTube algorithm to help invite other people back here to the channel. When you're a small channel like we are, you got to have a little participation from the audience to help us out here a little bit to help with the coverage. So I do appreciate you supporting the channel and checking out the coverage here on our hurricane making landfall as we speak. Getting close, getting very close. Let's go ahead and put this back into motion here. And getting very, very close. Let's check this buoy out again here again. Oh, there we go. Winds up now to 61 miles per hour on that buoy. Last update was 55. Now it's up to 61. Pressure down to 29.51. So that buoy might catch part of the eye. As big as this eye is, again, it's like 75 miles across. So very big indeed. Yeah, he's sitting there on the water line. I hope they get out of there if they have to. That's for sure. That's his camera. Let's check out this Brad's camera. Not looking too bad there. Let's check up here in there. Brandon. Yeah, these guys are on the move. At least it's very flat. You can see very good up here in that area as this stuff's getting closer to landfall. These guys got a little while to wait, though. Probably a lot of truck drivers in here, probably very elevated ground here. Obviously, they're well enough inland. These guys are well enough inland here, and that shouldn't be a problem. But these guys are a little bit further south. But they were on the coast earlier. They moved inland because they know we're getting very close to storm surge probability, because the storm surge, again, is we're looking at 5 to 10 feet coming in there. So you don't want to be right on the water when that thing is making landfall. That is for sure. You don't want to be doing that, to be caught in that. And so that is just making sure there's not many changes there. No, that's still the same. That won't update until 4 o'clock. So they're updating these things every hour now. Go back to the radar. There's our, oh, by the way, there's our tornado watches up right now. As this thing makes landfall, that's when I suspect we'll start seeing the tornado warnings. We've had one so far, but I think we'll be adding more to that here for this afternoon. And boy, that ice is still trying to fill out a little bit, but you can see it. Clearly see it very nicely there. All right, back to the Omega here. I'll freeze this. Boy, that's looking awfully intense. I'm looking at the reflectivity. I'm looking at some very intense returns here. I'm going to go back over to velocity mode here again. Yeah, I'm seeing some very high winds in here. 103. Let's look over here. Oh, what was it? 119? Did I see 119 there? 121. Wow, look at that. 121 mile per hour winds. Again, this is off the surface. There's 128 right there. But that's radar indicated. Again, the beam is shooting upward, so it's probably just off the surface, but that means you're probably going to see some wind gusts down to the surface between about 110 to 115 miles per hour. So we've got the new scan coming through here. That's moved just a little bit there. And where the chasers are up here, and they're moving inland a little bit, so the winds aren't quite as bad up here. See 52 mile per hour winds, 50, looks like about 50 mile per hour winds where they're up at 54 to 55 miles per hour. That's, of course, radar estimated. I'll turn that back off. But I'm sitting there looking at that reflectivity. I'm going, woo! That's some heavy stuff, heavy thunderstorms in that center. Getting very close to landfall. Almost there. Hey, if you're over on the Facebook channel, if you got any questions, please don't hesitate to go ahead and put something down below. If you're also watching on Facebook, please go ahead and share that. If you go and share this feed out, I'd like to invite anybody over on the Facebook universe to go ahead and check it out there. We are simulcasting, doing the simulcast on Facebook and on YouTube here. If you're new on the YouTube channel and you haven't yet subscribed, please consider hitting that subscribe button. And at minimum, if you can help me out, please just go ahead and give me a thumbs up before you leave on out of here, as that helps with the algorithm a little bit. We've been struggling to get our likes today. We're up to 11. Yeah, it's fair, especially with the number we have. We're not getting a lot of numbers because there's so many people out there doing their broadcasts today, but that's okay. That is part of the game. You got to play the game, right? All right. Oh man, every time I see a new image comes in, it is just blowing my mind, the intensity of that reflectivity. Man, that's some heavy stuff. How many miles is that away? How many miles is that now? So the heart of this, distance-wise from the chasers, about 35 miles away. Now, this band, if I was going to measure across, let me reset this real quick, is about 15 miles across. So roughly about 15 miles of some very intense winds, excess gusts to 100 plus miles per hour. Seeing it on the radar very visually. And when these guys get down in the woods, here I got a notification here. Oh, I don't care about you. All righty, so let's go ahead and put this back into circulation here. Yeah, we're not too far away. Getting very close. I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys' cameras capture, and hopefully they get get themselves in a position where they're protected by a building. They sometimes will go category parking garage, building, something like that, just so they protect their vehicles and can capture the best winds without getting blown away themselves. I mean, it's a minimal hurricane, but still, 100 mile per hour wind gust is going to knock you down the street if you don't watch it. That's for sure. Oof. Dude, I'm going to check over here to the other radar. I want to check the Mobile radar up. Let me put the Mobile radar back up here. I'm going to switch over to here. I want to see what's going on with these. Well, I got to keep watching back over. And the reason why I'm checking these outer bands is just to see how they're behaving for potential tornadoes, okay? Because what I'm seeing is a little bit of lightning out here. See a little lightning out here? These outer squall bands are the ones that will develop into potential water spouts and aka tornadoes as they come inland. So this area here along the Louisiana coast over to Gulfport and over toward Pensacola, this is the zone that's going to get watched as the system makes landfall. That'll be the zone to watch for potential tornadoes. And let me see if the new one is up yet. I haven't looked at this in a hot minute. Let's see if this is all the way up. Oh, is that just now coming in? Hold on a second. No, that's just in. So 17Z is just now rendering, or the 18Z. 17Z is the latest one. So let me pull this one up for you here. Let me show you this one. Go back to studio mode here. There we go. All right, let's go. We're going to talk about the tornado parameters here because this is of concern. All right, so as the system makes landfall, this is the tornado parameters guideline from the high resolution data. You see that red stuff coming out onto our. By 9 o'clock tonight, it's the highest around the southeastern portions of Louisiana. And that comes in along the coastal areas there in Mississippi. See that high reds in there? Coming into Mobile, getting over toward Baldwin County there in lower Alabama, Escambia County in Florida, going toward Pensacola, and right along the beaches there going over toward Destin and Fort Walton as we head toward tomorrow morning. So that whole area there right along the immediate coast as this storm is making landfall, got to watch for the potential tornadoes. The tornado risk is running about 5% in that zone. This is the zone right here. So anywhere from New Orleans all the way to Mobile, Pensacola, even over to Apalachicola, showing about a 5% chance of seeing some tornadoes as this thing makes landfall. So we want to make sure that folks stay aware of that. Let's go back over to Radar Omega here again. Let's go back over to the New Orleans radar as we're watching the eye get close to landfall here. Had to keep the whistle going here a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. All righty. Looks like all these guys have kind of gotten in the same general place now. They're all waiting for that same thing. They're waiting for that eye wall to get up there. And it looks like it's going to get there before they lose their daylight. It's not going to be like when Barrow was making landfalls very early in the morning. It was kind of dark, hard to see. This one's coming in during the day, so it makes it a lot easier to see for sure. If you're coming through, if you got any questions, or if you're any part of Louisiana and you're in the area, if you got any questions, please don't hesitate to put that down in the chat. I'll be more than happy to pull that up there. See, I can pull up from Facebook. That's actually from the Facebook calling, and this is actually from the YouTube following. So I can actually pull up comments on both Facebook and YouTube and can answer any of your questions that you may have about Francine. Let's check the buoy here. Again, still holding at about 60. Both these buoys here. This one says 43. And this one says about 60. 59.95. We'll call that 60. So not quite hurricane force winds with that, but we're getting awfully close. And there's this rain band here that's getting very close to these guys. I don't know. Is that the water blowing in over? I think that's a road that's getting a little bit of water, a little bit of that storm surge coming in there now. I mean, obviously the boats are out there in the water, but I think the water's starting to come in a little bit there. A little bit of that. I think it's a little bit of that storm surge starting to show up a little bit. Kind of going at where he's at. He's right there on the bayou, Grand and Calhoun. There's a bayou right in there. But that's a ways away. That's probably just flooding rain. That's not storm surge. But I guarantee you they're getting storm surge down here. This is the eye wall, if you want to call it that, starting to come on shore. Oops, come on. Don't do that. First time I've seen that program do that. So this is now starting to get the most intense rains coming in here. Let me freeze this. So right now, this is probably hurricane force winds now starting to come on shore there along the Louisiana coast. So we're starting to see the high winds, and this whole area in here, this is all hurricane force and then some right in this periphery. Okay, so that's where it's at currently. Keep your eye out, keep motioning that forward again. As the eyes continue to kind of wobble a little bit, it's in a long circulation eye center there. Yesterday, when it looked like, man, we might get a tight eye to form, that concerned me because the tighter the eye wall is, if it's like, less than 20 miles, you could get pretty rapid intensification. This one always seemed to have a kind of a wide one from the get-go. So that meant it was going to be pretty slow to get any kind of possible development on that. But that's what I'm watching. I'm wait. It's like watching what they say, watching a hot pot to boil, or what's that old saying? I forget. The big thing is I just hope folks in Louisiana have done what they're supposed to do. And you're going to have power outages for a few days, even though this is a Cat 1. Louisiana doesn't have the best infrastructure in the world. They've already got 6,000 power outages already. And that's probably going to go up substantially over the next few hours. So hopefully they've done what they're supposed to do. At least this is moving. It is moving about a mile per hour faster than the 2 o'clock advisory. So the flooding should be minimal, I think. I think we'll be okay. They've had a lot of rain here already. But yeah, it's going to be, he's moving again. He must be between bands. Doesn't look too bad there. He's still sitting, wherever that is. That must be around on a bayou. Looks dramatic. But you wait till they get this boy in here. Wait till that bad boy gets in there. When that boy gets in there, they're going to be seeing some serious stuff. And it looks like everybody's conglomerating in the same area. We've got 6 storm chasers all kind of converging. They all see the same thing. They got their own little radars. They're all looking at this, and they're going, that's where we want to get into. That's where we're going to intercept to. And that is moving up in a northeasterly direction still. And that's where the most intense stuff, and that's where the best video is going to come from. And we're getting awfully close, because this outer wall, let me turn that off, right now is only about 15 miles away, 16 miles away. So within the hour, we're going to be looking at some very intense rains and some very intense winds blowing in on where these guys are at. Hopefully their cameras stay up and they don't get too drown out, because sometimes you can lose the signal. Obviously, if it rains hard enough, that could cause some problems even with your internet connectivity. They were down on the coast earlier. Some of those guys were. And they were sitting down here earlier, but they've since moved away. And the reason why they did that, obviously, is because of the storm surge, which is, again, looking at 5 to 10 feet. You don't want to be down there with that storm surge. As that eye wall's coming in, it's pushing in a wall of water that's going to move inland. So that is concerning for those guys as that makes landfall. I'll go back here to Mega here again. Dude, it's amazing. They're all kind of getting together now. They're all on the same road. They were separated for a while. I think they were waiting to see which way it was going to go, and it definitely wobbled a little bit further to the east. I am getting a little concerned that eye wall potentially could track into New Orleans. That's getting awfully close, folks. I mean, because look, the track from the Hurricane Center's back here. That's the track. And I mean, the most intense part of the eye wall, I think, might get into New Orleans itself. And boy, if it does that, you're talking about 100-mile-per-hour winds getting into New Orleans. That's going to knock down a lot of power. I was just in New Orleans about a month and a half ago, and I know their infrastructure is not that great, never has been. They're down in a fishbowl anyway, because for those of you who don't know, New Orleans is below sea level. It's a bunch of dikes and stuff like that, and levees that protect the city. Now, they shouldn't have any problem with the flooding. They've got the best dam system since Katrina. They've got the great pumps to pump the water out. That shouldn't be. Flooding will be a problem, but the power outages, that's a different set of wax. And the pumps have backup generators, so they're fine. They'll be okay there. But I am a little concerned looking at the radar here that eye wall could potentially make it into New Orleans itself. That is because that's a little bit of a concern there. So it's jogging a little bit. The trend over the last few model runs has been it shifting a little bit further east, a little further east, a little further east. And again, when it's shifting, it wobbles a little bit. Okay. So that's a little concerning. So again, going back over here to the wall. So you got this band here. Probably got some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And here's all our chasers here. This band here starting to develop in here. This is our intense wall. You're already getting some hurricane force winds. Guarantee it's sitting up in here. Here's New Orleans here. And I'm looking at this. Again, it's wobbling this way. And it's going to get really close. For sure here. But I think New Orleans might get hit by the eye wall itself. I don't know if the part of the eye may make it into that way. If it continues this little wobble here toward the east a little bit. This is what you call a nowcast type event right now. So right in here is where our most intense winds are. And I'm going to look at the wind profile here in just a quick second. And I'll need to check this buoy here. This buoy's getting not quite into this eye yet, but here in the next 5-10 minutes, this thing's going to be getting into this. So we should be seeing, we've seen winds up to about 60, 65 on this buoy here. So we're probably going to see some winds getting in here up to hurricane force or above. So again, we only got a bit less than an hour, and these guys down here for sure are going to be sitting in these high winds coming on board. Of course, as this moves inland, it's going to weaken a little bit, but still, we're going to get hurricane force gusts for sure in New Orleans. I don't think there's any way around that, especially as this thing moves in. What happens when the eye makes landfall, the wind profile tends to spread out a little bit. So this will spread out as it moves up toward our, and it's moving at a pretty decent speed that it may not lose a lot of its punch as it goes up here between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Gonzales, that whole area right up in there. I know we had a viewer from Gonzales looking earlier, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of those winds in there right now. Let's take a look at the wind profile, and I want to take a look at that. So let me go ahead and freeze this for a second. I'm going to switch over to the velocity mode here. I'm going to go back to the wall here in just a second, but I just want to take a look and highlight some of where the chasers are. They're seeing 35, 45, 50. He's getting very close to there's 60 right through here, but this is where the most, there's 96, 101, 100 mile per hour winds, 103. So boy, you're looking at some this whole dark blue section right in here. We got 100 mile per hour winds sitting right here. Again, here's the chasers. They're all intercepting. They want to get into this. They want to show some of that video, and hopefully we can show it to you live here on the channel as this comes through. But again, the eye, where the eye is and where the track is, it's off just a little bit. There's that consistent eastern wobble there a little bit as that's getting very close to landfall here with that storm. And let me turn this off. Let me go back over to me. Hello. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I want to welcome you here on board to my Hurricane Francine coverage. If you would do me a favor before you pass through here, please give me a thumbs up. It helps the YouTube algorithm as we kind of bring in new viewership here on the channel. And leave me a comment. Let me know where you're from. I'd like to know where you folks are watching. We got 11 of you guys out here watching right now. Let me know what part of the country you're watching from. And if you consider subscribing to the channel, it'd be an honor and privilege to be one of your weather sources. I do a daily forecast and some shorts and things like that. So something to help you out, be one of your sources out there. But we're getting really close to seeing some hurricane force winds. Let me check this buoy over here again. It's still holding at 60 on the last update. So it should be updating here soon. But boy, that's some very intense winds getting there. It's getting awfully close. We only got a few more minutes, folks, before this outer wall here is going to be scraping the coast. It did pick up its speed, but we're only about, what, 10 miles from the coast? Yeah, so this eye wall is 10 miles from the coast. We got a new scan coming in there. So let's watch the scan update here on the eye wall here as it's laying it down, again, inching it ever so closer. They've got this on a quick scan, that's for sure. It's been updating a little quicker than I normally see. So that is updating right now. All these chasers are getting into position. You see Aaron still showing the boats there and the buoy. This is flooding rains, obviously. But things starting to deteriorate on his shot. Hopefully he won't get in any kind of trouble. Let's go in a little bit closer. We'll check on some of these other cameras. Vince is still moving. He doesn't look too bad where he's at. Same for Brandon. And Brad Arnold's pushback. He's in Cocodrie, Louisiana. Not looking too bad where they're at, but that's not going to last long, folks. That's for sure. That continues at about 17 miles per hour is the forward motion on this. So those who didn't want it, the last update here from the National Hurricane Center, and I'll show you that real quick here. The 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So the new one will be coming out in about 15 minutes. They're doing these hourly updates now. And still moving northeast at 17. So that is where we're getting closer, getting very close to a landfall here on the system officially. I think that it'll be a few scans once enough of the eye wall gets on shore. It's so big. I mean, I did a measurement earlier. I'll do another one. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. So again, look at the distance across here is 73 miles across. All right. And if I was going to go this way, kind of go back to the back of the wall here, it is 56 miles this way. So that is a very, very large center of circulation with this eye. In that eye right now, winds are calm, no rain. little cloudy because it's not cleared out. It isn't like a, like a Category 3 hurricane. We're not talking about something that's got a lot of stuff going on here. But all the storm chasers have all gotten all together now. They're all in the same spot. Woo! This has been a fun afternoon, to say the least. We started broadcasting at about 2 o'clock, so, well, 1:30. 1:30. It's been a little over 2 hours here on the broadcast here so far. And kind of watching to see what these conditions are. I keep going back to this buoy because I want to see what up to 62 miles per hour. So we got a 3 o'clock update here. So it is Central Time. So we're at 62 mile per hour winds there. That's going to pick up substantially once that eye wall gets in there. Oh, there's a new update. So look at that. Wow. Getting all in here. This is the most intense area. This is where you're going to see winds, especially in here, looks like where the most intense winds are probably sitting at close to 100 mile per hour. Let's go back over to high velocity mode here again. Unfortunately, what's happening, I hate this. The radar beam is, you got a long range mode, short range mode, it's kind of falling right in between. I'm like, ugh, I hate that. So it makes it a little bit hard to detect the winds in here a little bit because you got a little gap in there. 89, 90, 94, 99. They've changed the parameter. I hate when they do that, but I don't have control of that. That's the Weather Service. And, hey, thank you for that new subscriber. I appreciate you coming on board. I'd like to welcome and acknowledge every new subscriber to the channel, and we've added 3 today. Anytime I can finish a day and the channel moves in the right direction, I am all for it. Let's go back here to the radar reflectivity mode here. As we're getting close to landfall of this hurricane, we're probably less than an hour away here. By 5 o'clock, we should be seeing it coming in. It's a little bit faster than what the models were showing. It looked like it was going to be like between 6 and 8 earlier today. It did pick up forward speed just a little bit here, and that's what's seeing our storm get closer to the coastline here. And we're very close here within the hour of seeing some of these winds coming through here. I'm double checking the Storms Prediction Center just to make sure we haven't got a new update on the tornado watch, and we don't on that. Again, we do have a tornado watch in this area. All that in yellow is until 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time. It will get extended into Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida here for tonight. We're going to get more of that coming on in. I'm going to give me another soda. Got to keep the whistle clean here. So if you're new to the channel, again, whoever subscribed, I wish my alert thing would work all the time. I do have a Streamlabs, and it's supposed to do an alert tone when you do a new subscriber. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I know it has a lot to do probably with the algorithm of the system that you're using. It'll do like this. I'll do a little test for you here so you can kind of hear it. And it does like this. Yeah, when it does that, then you does that little alert tone. That tells me that we got a new subscriber. But for some reason, it's being a little flicky today. Being a little fickle. That's okay. All right, let's go back over to Radar Mega here. Again, I'm going back to these cameras. I want to keep going back and checking on these guys. Yeah, that wind's starting to really pick up there. Starting to pick up a little bit. And I see the boats are in the water. I think that's just flooding rains where he's sitting out there. That's not the ocean. I don't think that's storm surge either. He's too far away. And let's get a little closer here to see what these guys are doing. There's Vince. He's moving southward. Moving intercept there. Oh, hey, Virginia. Hey, Virginia Pelton. Nice to see you. Welcome on board. And if you're a subscriber, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I do love that chat ninja feature. I can pull up any question on Facebook and on YouTube, and I can interact and act everybody's questions. That's one advantage about being smaller. When you're one of these big guys, you get so many chats and so many stuff, you can't answer individual questions. At least me being small, I can do that. So I kind of see that as a plus. That's a positive. So I'm going to enjoy that as long as I can, because one of these days I'll have a big channel. But for right now, I'm the little channel that could. You know, that's a good thing. I can give personal one-on-one attention, which is something I do like to do. Let's go ahead and stop this on the last image in here. Again, right here, we're getting this whole area in here, Fontaine Bay, Lake Merchant, Calhoun Lake. Of course, this is marsh territory, but this whole area in here, we're getting, this is where the hurricane force winds plus are now coming on shore. So the hurricane force winds are now coming on shore here in Louisiana. This is also where the biggest storm surge is going to be coming in, about 5 to 10 feet, the way it's looking right now. So we got our new beam coming in here, new update. Kind of shifting a little bit further north. Again, they got the radar on a quick update here on those beams. So this is getting very close to the hurricane hunters. They're just a few miles away, just only a few miles away from this. Again, from where he's at and where that's at, 10 miles. 10 miles from those hurricane force winds getting in there. Very, very close. Very close. We're only minutes away from doing this. So, hey, if you want to do me a favor, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Please like the channel. If you like the channel, it helps the YouTube algorithm a little bit. It allows other folks to come in to the channel. One of the things I learned from a YouTube stuff that I did a few months back was that if you don't ask folks to do certain things, the YouTube algorithm won't show you any love at all. And I'm not getting much love today to begin with. Kova. Yes, that's Kova. Kova likes to refer to our channel as the little channel that could. That's what she likes to call it. I agree with that. All right, so let's get back into motion here. I'm surprised Francine from Ireland isn't on the chat. She normally is. Francine, she's one of my normal viewers, and she's in Ireland. She likes to watch the stuff all the time, but she must be busy today. So we're going to miss her on this broadcast unless she comes in a little bit later. So we're getting very, very close, man. It's like watching it, man. These winds in here where these guys are at. It's kind of looking 44, 46, 49, 50, 55, 56. I wonder how far he's planning on going down that road. Brandon's going further south. We'll see if he's going to get into the soup. That wind doesn't look that bad yet, but I got a funny feeling when it turns on, it's going to be like that. You're going to see it just like that. Flip a switch, man. I got to go back to reflectivity because that's how I can see where the eye wall is. Getting awfully close, awfully close. How many likes did we get to today? Let's see. What's our like count up to? We're up to 12. 12 likes. Hey, all right, 10 of you out there watching. If you haven't given a like, do a like real quick. Just go over the little thing. You got your phone. If you're watching on your phone, just go like. Do the little like thing. Like I said, helps the algorithm out. All right, go back here to the algorithm here. Let me go back over here. And once this thing makes landfall, then we're going to watch out. Then I'll be shifting gears into severe weather mode, tornado going mode, because once the eye makes landfall, the way the model data is suggesting, we're going to see probably an outbreak of tornadoes across Louisiana, going into Mississippi and Alabama, going into tonight. I don't know how late I'll be broadcasting. Probably not going to go that late. But folks along the Gulf Coast especially need to watch out for that because this is going to be an overnight event and it'll be dark outside. It's a bad combination. So let's check the buoy over here. I haven't looked at it in a while. Still 62. That's the 3 o'clock. So I'll keep looking for that update. It doesn't do it. It's not real time on the buoys. It updates at a certain interval. I think it's 8 minutes, I think. But certain intervals it'll update, and I keep going back to that buoy because it's getting into that eye wall now. Starting to see that in here. So this should be showing some winds up to about 75, 80 miles per hour here pretty soon. And all the chasers, are these guys still moving or are they just staying put in Huma? And they're sitting up there in Huma. At least you don't have to worry about any surge up there, any flooding. 259 gas? Oh man, I gotta go to Louisiana. Oh, that's cool. 259 gas. I ain't seen that in a hot minute. Hello. And I'm hungry. Give me some Taco Bell. Let's see, Connor. He's moving south. Oh, look at this guy out there riding on his bicycle. Louisiana, it's just a hurricane. What do I care? Aaron, he's, I don't know why he decided to pitch his tent right there. I guess to see the boats and stuff, to see what they do in the winds. These are, I think they're ship. I'm not sure. I think those are shrimp boats in the bayou country there. I think those are shrimp boats there. See this is, I think this is flooding rains, or look, the winds are back here. See the sea. I think this is flooded rains there. Been watching, also watching in Biloxi, Mississippi, just a rainy day there, and I've been looking back at New Orleans. Yesterday, this place was hopping with partiers. Somebody was mentioning earlier, they thought they'd be having hurricane parties down the middle of the street. I said, nobody wants to get wet. I was just down in this neck of the woods about 6 weeks ago. But no one wants to get wet. Absolutely don't. Oh, he's getting awfully close. Brandon's getting awfully close. Let's watch Brandon here for a second. And oops, we'll see what he's showing here. Obviously, he says some of the water there, a lot of marshland down here. But he's getting awfully close to those hurricane force winds, and he's heading. He's a little go. This I actually caught Brandon one of the times. Oh, it was caught one of his tornado intercepts back in Iowa earlier this year. So we're watching him. He's getting awfully close, and Brandon's right here. He's heading south on 315. I guess he's going to take it all the way to the end. Looks like the road ends right there. So let's see what the velocity winds are doing in that neighborhood. I'm going to freeze this here. Again, I'm going to look at the winds. See 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Where he's at right now is 45, 50. That's not too bad. But it looks like he's going to take this all the way down to the end of this road and intercept there for those winds. And clear this out. Getting awfully close. And I'm still not convinced New Orleans doesn't get a little bit out of that eye wall. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Terry, honestly, the rain down south is no big deal. It happens nearly weekly in the summer. Ain't that the truth? Radar is obviously interactive because the sun is shining here. Where are you at again? Terry, where are you at? Let me know where you're at. Got Terry Brinson, obviously they're in Louisiana. Just let me know where you're at there, brother. We'll take a close in look. And it's not unusual to see break of sunshine and stuff. I've seen that on many a tropical system. I'm like, hey, it's raining like crazy over here, but I got a little sunshine over there. Go figure. But I do believe this is where the most intense winds are going to be, and that's where all the storm chasers are going down in here. Look at these winds here offshore. Here, you look at these winds here. 100 mile per hour, 100 mile per hour. See that? That's not too far away. So we're going to get some of these 100 mile per hour winds. 105, 105, 110. Saw 110 there. 107. So all that is coming up from the south. Turn that off. And Brandon's going to go all the way to the end of that road and check it out. So, hey, first of all, I want to thank everybody for checking out our coverage. And I appreciate you checking the channel. If you could do me a favor before you leave, please leave me a like in the like column. It really helps with the algorithm. We got 12 likes here for today. It's been a limited broadcast because there's so many people streaming on YouTube. We are up to almost 200 views, which is small, but that's okay. It's good practice with my new setup. This is my new broadcast setup, which I really like. I really enjoy. I like your feedback. If you like the new look, leave me a comment down below. It allows me to do multiple things. I can go from the desk to the wall, and which I probably need to go to the wall here in a second. But every time y'all leave a like or a thumbs up, it helps with the algorithm big time. All right, so let's go back over here to Radar Omega here. I do want to go with the velocity mode here. Let me freeze this on this last image here. So did he go all the way down the road? He's not quite there. He's almost there. Is he still moving? Boy, if you want to call that a road, it looks like there's several storm chasers down there. Not even streaming, but they're it's a little elevated there. He's getting awfully close to where I'd probably stay on top of that hill, to be honest with you. We see some of the homes down here in the bayou country. Is he going to stop there or is he going to go all the way down to the end of the road? That is Baylor DeLarge Road is what he's on. Baylor DeLarge Road on 315. Or freeze that. So he's just on the edge. Boy, he's just on the edge. He is just on the edge. So right there on the edge. So this is your most intense winds right here. You see the dividing line. He's sitting right there. So he's knocking on the door. Some very strong winds coming in here. Here's a couple of the other guys kind of moving up there. Again, as this band is sweeping up this way, he's sitting right on the edge of that one right there. So we're going to see his winds deteriorate here pretty rapidly. Anywhere in here, obviously here we got a couple of these buoys over here. I'll check on this buoy again here. It's been sitting in this heavy band here for a little while. Here's our new band update coming in here now. All right, so it hasn't changed a whole lot there. They got it on a quick scan right now. So we'll see what these wind conditions look like for Brandon as he's getting into the soup right now. And we'll go back over to velocity mode here again. Doesn't look like it looks like a little bit of disconnect. Obviously, you got some land. It's going to bring the winds down just a little bit. Let's look at his shot again. Wind's definitely coming up. He's got 107, 108 people watching him now. Those winds are starting to really increase. Let's stay on the shot here for a second. Again, if you guys got a question down below, if you got a question on if you're in the path of the storm and you want to know anything, if you got any questions, I'll post that down in the chat. I can bring up your questions just like Terry was mentioning here earlier. I can pull him up. And also on the Facebook side, if you're watching over in Columbus, in Phoenix City area there on the Facebook side, please post a question down below. You guys will have some active weather tomorrow across Alabama and Georgia when the severe threat from this landfalling system moves up your way. But the winds, I would say probably 50 miles per hour maybe. Doesn't look too terribly bad. But definitely starting to pick up with the wind intensity through there. As we're getting awfully close to getting an eye wall. I guess that's another chaser in front of them. At least they're inland away where the storm surge won't be a problem. That's there's a lot of bayous in there, but these areas should not flood. This isn't like a major hurricane coming in here. See the winds, though, really starting to pick up. Really starting to pick up. Yeah, he's getting into it now. You can look up here to the cloud base, that band coming in here. Yeah, he's putting his camera toward that direction. Yep, he's kind of turning around here a little bit. That heavy wind band is getting ready to come right in there and smash him up a little bit. Let me go back to reflectivity again. Put this in animation. Yeah, he's getting really close. Let's see what Aaron's camera look like. He decided he's going to pitch his tent right there. He's waiting for it. I guess he wants to see what those boats do in the heavy wind. Oh, there's a gust coming in. That's a pretty good gust. Yeah, clearly see a lot in the last 30 minutes. This is really starting to pick up for these guys there. Go back over to me. Hello. See these events is moving south. See the difference for where he's at. It don't look that bad there. Okay, it doesn't look that bad where he's at. But you look just a little bit further south. Clearly the wind is higher down here, and then you look over to this one. Brandon looks like, well, it doesn't look quite as bad as earlier, but it's hard to tell because you can see the trees and stuff blowing. All those houses down there on stilts. Gee, I wonder why. Could you be in a flood area? I'd probably try to find me a little high spot and probably hang out there and wait for this thing. One thing you can't say for chasers, they don't have a lot of patience. They want to get into it as quick as possible. That's a good spot. See how they got a nice little hill there? That's definitely a good place to park. Should be able to see around pretty good. What are y'all doing? Y'all stop? They're going to stop right there? That's a good place to be. That's not a bad place to be right now. And just kind of watching to see at what these winds are doing just to his south. Stop this again. Yeah, it's just getting there. It's getting there. See all this blue in here? This is 60+ mile per hour winds, and this is the heavy stuff coming in from the south. It's a good place to be. Just got to wait it out. It's going to be there before you know it. Getting awfully close. And I do want to thank the new subscribers today. I appreciate you guys joining the channel and being part of the little family. If you do subscribe, one thing I'm going to be doing, by the way, and I have been promoting this on this broadcast, but I did on previous ones. Once we get to 5,000 subscribers, I have purchased 8 weather radios. And when I get to 5,000 subscribers, I'm going to be giving away 8 free NOAA weather radios. I'm going to let my daughters go into my subscriber base, and then I'll look to try to reach out to you guys and offer you a free NOAA weather radio. It's I don't make a ton of money, obviously, with YouTube because I got a small audience, but I wanted to go ahead and give back. And I thought weather radios I've always been a big proponent of. So when we get to 5,000 subscribers, we're going to give away 8 free NOAA weather radios. I was hoping to get there by 1 October, but I don't think we're going to make it. I think we're going to be a little short. But hopefully by the end of the year. Part of it is because I thought we'd have a little more active hurricane season. I thought we'd be tracking some storms through August, and we didn't. So hopefully we'll get some more subscribers, and we'll get to 5,000 before the end of the year. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping for. Let's go back here to the camera here and check Brandon out. He's decided to park. I think he figured out where he's going to stay. And Aaron's, it's like, oh, he's moving now. He decided to move. Oh. I guess he decided he wanted to go somewhere else. Doesn't look that bad here yet. Boy, it's like waiting for a pot to boil. Just kind of checking back and forth. He's kind of looks like between a band there. He's kind of between. You see a little bit of a little dry slot through there. These guys moving through, but it'll go downhill pretty quickly. Let's go check out this buoy again. I haven't checked it in a hot minute. Oh, there we go. 70 mile per hour winds. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. 70 mile per hour winds. That was still a little while ago. So there's a bit of delay, or the time's not right, but that's some gusty winds. Yes, Kova. Woo! Absolutely. Let me check my face. I've not checked on my face, but one thing I've learned when I'm doing these broadcasts is I got to make sure I go back and double check on my streaming stuff regularly. So I got to go back over to Facebook and check on it and make sure it's still going, which it is. 2 hours and 39 minutes, although it's delayed because I've been off it for a while. But I see you guys out here on Facebook watching. I see the numbers there. I got 11 of y'all watching. Again, if you got any questions there on the Facebook side, please don't hesitate to use that function, because I can pull up chats from both YouTube and Facebook. Both of y'all are in the mix. All right, let's go back here to Radar Omega. All right, we got 70 mile per hour winds now. We've got for sure almost hurricane force winds coming through there, but that sticks a little delayed. And ooh, nice blow up here. Look at this nice little blow up of thunderstorms here on the back end. Look at this, boom, that just blew up around there. That's gonna have some nice heavy winds there. And this is heading right for these guys coming in from the south. And we're only minutes away from landfall officially here as the center circulation moves in. It's now 4:13. Looks like 5 o'clock. That's what I was calling for this morning. I think 5 o'clock is definitely looking very right for landfall of Hurricane Francine. And then we'll switch from landfalling hurricane mode to severe weather mode, and we'll watch for the tornado threat picking up here a little bit tonight. Hey there, got Got Tarika Rayford here on Facebook. I'm just turning in. Will Francine increase in Category 2 before landfall? No, it will not. It is making landfall here right now. There'll be some hurricane force gusts to over 100 miles per hour, but it's 90 mile per hour winds on this, so it will not become a Category 2. The Hurricane Center went back and forth on that. Just never quite got there. It was just some inhibiting factors there that prevented that. Let me see, the new update here should be there, and it is. So let me update that. I just noticed it just popped up, so let's talk about that. And I don't know why it's changed. Still, it did show the pressure down 1 millibar. This is the new update here. Last update was at 976, so down to 975. The European model had landfalling at 972, 973. So European did pretty good with this as far as the pressure is concerned. Still moving northeast at 17. So we're going to have that landfall here in just a few minutes. Hold on, let me check my phone here. Somebody just texted me. I'll check on that later. Okay, all right, let's go back over to the radar here. We're going to watch these winds. That's what everybody's here to see. That's what I'm here to see. I don't know about anybody else, but that's what I'm here to see. Let's go back over here. Well, he's really getting into the soup now. He's got to be seeing some pretty good winds there. Wind's starting to come up here. Doesn't look that bad. Not so far. Yeah, he's definitely found a place to park and stay. Always got to watch those trees a little bit. I'm getting a little water blowing over the road there. That's not unusual to see. Coming out of those bayous a little bit. Seeing that the wind's really starting to pick up on his shot. Wow. Really starting to pick up there across southern Louisiana. Yeah, you're definitely getting some winds getting close to 70 miles per hour there where he's at. Starting to go downhill. Definitely looking a little rough. I don't know if he's got any audio. Let's check out the audio here. So I turned on the audio a little bit just to hear that wind. Hear it howling? That's one thing about those hurricanes. If you've ever been in one, it was just a howling wind, constant howling wind. And then when you get these gusts, you can hear them coming in from miles away, and they come in. You definitely hear the winds there from Aaron's camera. Ooh, seeing the winds, seeing the leaves getting blown off the trees there. Yeah, he's starting to get some pretty good winds there. What about, he's closer. You'd think he would be seeing a little more wind action. It doesn't look too bad where he's at. That's kind of weird. See, Vince is not looking too bad there. Again, just kind of waiting for that eye. This stuff here to the south coming right at him. This stuff here. And what's interesting is if that eye wall parallels where they're at for any length of time, they'll be stuck in those winds for a little bit of time. Check this stick again. Still showing 70 on the last update. What about this one? That one's showing 38, a little lower there on that one. Let me put this back into motion. All right, hey, well, again, welcome to everybody here on the channel. My name is Greg. I'm your personal weatherman. That's how I brand myself here on this channel. And if you're new, if you're passing through, please do me a favor before you leave. Just go ahead and give me a thumbs up. It'd be an honor if you consider subscribing to the channel. By subscribing, leaving a comment, doing a thumbs up, it helps the YouTube algorithm. YouTube algorithm is what helps grow the channel. And if you can do that, it'd be a pleasure and honor to have you on board. Hey, there's Sarah James. Thank you. I appreciate you watching there on Facebook. I appreciate that. If you guys could share on Facebook too, we can bring in some folks here from that side as well. So thank you for watching there on Facebook. doing a simulcast thing. It's really a cool thing. I really love the. Now, I'm not using the Streamlabs. It was giving me fits when I was doing these updates before. So I'm having to do them separate. I figured out a way to get around their little problem, although I can't see their chats as well through their platform. But I do have the chatting engine. That works just as well. So that worked. I found a workaround on that one. But look at the size of that eye wall. Woo! That is very impressive. A little more circular, I'd say. Not looking as before. It's been kind of oblong the whole time. So definitely a little more circular, but it is very large. I mean, again, I got to point the eye across this thing. It is 70 miles across. That's a huge center of circulation there. That's part of the reason why I didn't intensify or drop anymore, because the center circulation was just way too big, way too big. Looks like the winds are starting to drop off here. I wonder if it's getting close. Oh, that's the northern one. And that one's showing 65 there. So let's go back over to these guys. Oh, there you go. That's what I thought. Yeah, Brandon's camera starting to get a little more dicey there with the winds. Starting to really pick up there. Like I said, what's going to be interesting to see with these live broadcasts is to see how long the image stays, because you can get some rain fade a little bit with the internet connectivity, and that could cause a little bit of a problem. So we got a new image coming in here from the radar. I'm not sure where it started, so I may have missed that. The alert tone that you're hearing is from Radar Omega. It lets me know that a new radar image is coming in. All right, so it just went on by. But the weather service has had it on kind of a quick scan mode, so it's been updating pretty regularly, pretty rapidly. Let's see what these guys' cameras here are looking at. Ooh, looking to get some flooding rains there. That's why everybody's on stilts, and the water getting blown out of the combination of heavy rains as well as some of the water coming out of the bayous a little bit. But you guys seen some of the water there. These areas have been hit so hard over the years with hurricanes. It's just amazing people stay there. But that's home, you know. Seeing what he's seeing here. Some boats off. Some of the shrimp boats. Where's Forrest Gump? Where's Bubba Gump Shrimp? Let's see the band coming through here. All right. Let's go back over to Brandon. Yeah, Brandon's really starting to pick up. Starting to pick up the heavier winds there. We're at 4:21 Eastern time. Landfall was looking at about 5 o'clock, and we're really close, folks. Look at it. Oh, look at the bass beam. Here we go. We're minutes, and I mean minutes away. Here's the coastline. Here is the eye. Right there, we're minutes away from landfall. And thank you to that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I'd like to thank every new subscriber that comes on the channel. I wish my subscriber alert thing was working, but it doesn't appear to be. Not sure why. But we will do it the old-fashioned way. Where is that? Yeah, we'll do it this way. I like to do it this way. Thank you to the new subscriber. It's supposed to do that alert with a clap function, but it's not coming up for some reason. So, not going to reboot Streamlabs to fool with that right now. So let's go back over to Radar Omega again here, as we are minutes from landfall here. And again, the city of New Orleans is going to be of concern, as this part of the eye wall here, this is where the most intense winds are, right into this oval here on the right side of the storm. And how close does that get to New Orleans? That's going to be key here for tonight, as the storm continues to move in a northeasterly direction. There's definitely been, every one of these tracks have shifted a little bit further to the east and to the northeast as we've gone along. And that's why this track here looks like it's doing this due north and then northeast. Now, this track on the 5 o'clock advisory will shift to the right a little bit. So what I'm thinking is that the track's going to probably shift somewhere in here, based off where that radar signature is with that. Okay, so the shift is going to shift over to it because it's wobbled a little bit. Again, think of a hurricane almost like a spinning top. Okay, it's going to stop and it's going to wobble a little bit. And it's been wobbling a little bit toward the east as it's had a little bit of upper level wind shear. That's also been a preventive messaging for strengthening today. So New Orleans may get a little, I think they're going to see some hurricane force gusts to say when that comes into their area later tonight and into this evening. I've got the live camera there looking down. Obviously, there ain't nobody out on the streets. It was so funny. I was looking at this camera last night, and it was still pretty busy, even though it was raining. There was people out doing stuff, but nope. Everybody says, nope, we got a hurricane coming. We're staying inside. We're gonna drink ourselves inside. Biloxi, although they're not going to see the worst of the storm, their most concern for tonight is going to be possibility of tornadoes. That's going to be the problem there. Hey, there goes Ireland's in the house. We were just talking about you a little while ago. Your ears must have been burning. I was like, man, she's normally on our coverage here, but good to see you there, Francine. How you doing? Yes, she is on by. Your ears must have been burning. Let's go back here to the live camera here. Oh, yeah, getting darker there for sure for Brandon. Let me go back over to Radar Omega here. There you go. Brandon's camera's up here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we've had good interaction today. One thing I'll say I've been very pleasant today is that we've had good interaction, good questions on both Facebook and on YouTube. So it's been good to see you guys coming on board here and watching the covers. Good interaction. We've added 4 new subscribers today. So I always say this, if I can end a day where my subscriber base is a little higher than it was before, it's a successful day. You got to stay positive, man. You got to stay positive. But I swear to God, though, there are days though where I was like, man, if I just started this channel 2 years sooner, if I'd started 2 years sooner, I'd have 300,000 subscribers or something like that. But it's okay. It's all right. It's making landfall as we speak. Actually, I can show you that right now. There's the center of circulation. The outer eye wall is now just coming on the shore. So you just arrived just in the nick of time of landfall. Landfall as we speak. And the chasers are all out here, and they're all in good position. Let's see what the conditions are going to be looking like as the higher hurricane force winds start to come up into that area. See, boy, when you see white caps on bio, you know you've got some pretty good winds blowing. You definitely got some new winds blowing. Hey, and for those who are new to the channel, if you're just passing on through, before you leave, please give me a thumbs up if you could. I would appreciate that. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. Leave me a comment down below and tell me where you're from. I'd like to interact with the folks. Obviously, we got folks from Ireland here representing in the house. We've got folks from Texas. We've got folks from Virginia on here. We've had folks from all over the country kind of chiming on in. We've had folks from Florida, Columbus, Georgia has chimed in the house. So we've had some pretty good folks chiming in here on our coverage this afternoon. Let's look back to Brandon's camera here. As we're looking at the winds and the rain's definitely starting to pick up. It's so interesting to get that blinding wind and the rain that kind of moves parallel. This doesn't look still too bad. It still looks like maybe strong tropical storm force winds where Brandon is. And again, I'd like to thank everybody here for joining the channel. We are seeing live right now the landfall of Hurricane Francine here on the Weather Nerds channel, as we're getting, again, a pretty substantial eye, about 75 miles across, making landfall. We got a nice group of chasers out here, all with their cameras on, getting into that eye wall. So we're going to keep looking back at that video there. And I'm going to give me a drink here in a second. Ran out of soda. And we're getting really close to seeing some of this higher winds coming on. Now, I am concerned about the city of New Orleans, okay? There's New Orleans right here. Whether it gets into downtown or not, I don't think so. Maybe it's just to the west, but I really think part of this eye wall, or where this higher winds here, or right through here, are going to get into the city of New Orleans. Huma's going to get it, obviously. Golden Meow. I really think New Orleans is going to get in on this. Give me 1 second, folks. I am going to have to go grab me a soda real quick. So please stand by for a split second. I'm going to put this on pause here for just 1 second. So bear with me here. I'm going to go, I'm going to have to get me a drink because I am a little bit parched. Just stand by here for just 1 second. I got to get me a drink. All right, there you go. Sorry about that. I went ahead and make sure my bladder was emptied while I was at it. I know, TMI, right? Too much information. All right, let's go back here to me. Hello. Again, we're at 4:30, and we're right now in the process of seeing landfall of tropical Hurricane Francine. Top winds are at 90. It never made it to Cat 2. I know there was talk going back last couple days of whether we're going to get a Category 2 hurricane here on landfall or not. Hey, you were asking about the pumps in New Orleans. I will say they've got the latest and greatest and the best pumps in the world since Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. I think they'll be okay. Not to mention they've got good dams and levees. So I'm not worried about New Orleans flooding. I am worried about power outages, though. That's going to be significant. In fact, I haven't looked at the power outage chart here in a little bit. I'm sure it's still the same. I doubt it's changed much, but I'm going to just double check it here real quick. Last time I checked, it was 6,000 that were without power. Now up to 8,500. So 8,500 now without power in Louisiana, and that's going to only go up substantially, especially with New Orleans in the crosshairs of this landfalling hurricane here as we speak. So I do suspect we're going to see that power outage go up quite a bit as we go through the next few hours. Again, thank you everybody for checking out the channel here on the landfalling of Hurricane Francine. Let's go check again on some of these cameras and see what they're seeing. Boy, every time I check out with Brandon, it gets a little bit worse. Start seeing that vertical wind rain blowing there, whipping around there, very good. And we just hit 200 viewers today, which for us is not a bad little thing. We're just a little channel, but not bad. Thank you for checking us out here for the day. And if you're new to the channel and you've not subscribed, it'd be an honor and privilege to be one of your guys. I do a daily weather forecast, which is a national for a whole country, and kind of gives you the ins and outs of things going on nationally. I'll let you know a little something about me, okay? I do not overhype everything. I will not do that. I don't try to scare people, nor am I going to sit there and try to overhype every damn storm just to get subscribers. I do want to grow my channel. I do want to get new subscribers. I would love to be able to get to enough money to where it's paying for itself. I pay $150 a month out of my own money to provide and support for this channel, but I make maybe $20 a month on the channel. So I would love to get it up to a level to where I'm, self-sufficient. I'd love to do that. But I'm not going to do it at the expense of hyping up every storm and everything as the do-all doomsday. And that's the one thing that's aggravated me a little bit about, as all these different YouTubers have come on, there's some of them out there that, A, they don't know what the hell they're talking about, and B, they hype everything. They lie. They just blatantly lie just to get subscribers, and I'm not going to do that. I just refuse. Yes, I will try to put something that will make you want to click on the thumbnail, but I'm not going to lie while I'm doing it. I'm sorry, just my personal preach box. I'm going to get off it right now. the little channel that could, yeah. All right, let's go back in here and check out some of these cameras here. Let's see what all these guys are seeing here. Ooh, getting some of that water blowing over the roads there. Coming out of the bayous. That's just the winds blowing real hard enough, blowing the rain, the water out of the bayou over the rain. Again, this is all marshland down here. So seeing that camera, let's see what Vince's camera looks like. Yeah, no fishing off from bridge. I don't want to be on that bridge. Hello. Hey, Janelle. Janelle, hey, good. Welcome back to the channel. Good to see you, Janelle. Thank you. Janelle's one of my regulars, and she comments on all my video postings, and I love you to death for it. Thank you, Janelle. All right, my emojis are working. At least those are working. I don't know why the other stuff wasn't. All right. Ooh, where's that camera at? Let's see. He's posting around somewhere else. Hello. Boy, that looks pretty rough. He must have posted a camera. I bet that's what he did. Yeah, that's storm surge. That's the storm surge. Yeah, they were down on the coast earlier. I think he posted a camera, and that's down toward where the water. That's storm surge coming in. Yeah, I bet that's what he did. I was noticing they were down there earlier on the water. They were down here earlier, and I think they posted a camera down there. Let's go over to Brandon again. Woo-wee. Boy, it's getting a little worse. It's getting darker and getting harder to see every time I look down that camera. Definitely getting a little bit harder. I appreciate it, Janelle. I appreciate you very much. But this is looking pretty good. Yeah, it's okay, Janelle. We've added 4 new subscribers today, so not bad. Added a few today. Had about 14 yesterday from my other video, my regular video posting and my live chat. So that was pretty good yesterday. But as long as we're moving in the right direction, that's all that matters. All right, let's take a look at some of these other guys here upstream. Connor, not bad where he's at. It's amazing the sharp difference just in a few miles. There's Corey. He doesn't look quite as bad, but these guys down here to the south, they're really in it. We're definitely getting some hurricane force gusts where Brandon's at. What's interesting is we're getting landfall of this hurricane, and I don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or any tornado warnings out at all. None. Not yet. That'll change later tonight. I do want to advise that, okay? Once this whole center of circulation is on board, I'm telling you, and I'll pull this back just a little bit, okay? This whole area here from Mobile, Gulfport, down through here to Pensacola, going toward tomorrow morning or overnight is going to be really conducive for tornadoes. The tornado parameters are pretty high after the eye makes landfall. So we're just making landfall right now. As you can see, the eye now coming in on shore, okay? Just now starting to come on shore. So as Brandon right now is in the soup, he's in the heavy stuff right now. What's going to happen is once that eye comes over him, it's going to get really, really quiet, all right? It's interesting that these guys were posting some, they did post some, okay, well, there's Aaron's feed, and it's looking pretty rough where he's at too. But at least this is a Category 1 hurricane. Let's go look at the velocity. I haven't looked at the winds here in a little bit. Let's go back up to the high velocity mode, and we'll look back at the winds estimates in here. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. 85, 88, 85. That's really close to him. See where he's at? He's getting close to 70-mile-per-hour winds. He's at 58, 70. So these higher winds are just now getting up into that. See it all moving, that blue moving northward. That's getting your winds up to 70 miles an hour. So they're just now starting to get into that high wind rate there. But you're starting to get the eye here. Let's see what the time is, 4:37. I don't know how long they wait, but I mean, you clearly see part of the eye wall here coming on land right there. So 4:37, they're probably going to wait till close to 5 o'clock, but I'd say 5 o'clock Eastern time, we can say we have hit landfall of hurricane. Why don't we keep wanting to call it a tropical storm? Hurricane Francine. Oh, my brain is half the time. Good Lord. Now, for the folks inland, again, this whole area in here, LaPlace, Kenner, especially the western portion, I'd say the suburbs here to the west of New Orleans, I think you might get into this eye wall here because, again, it's wobbling a little bit to the east. Baton Rouge, you might catch part of it. I still think the track here, which is going to get updated in about 10 minutes or so, we should have a new update from the Hurricane Center. I still think this track's going to shift a little to the east. Just judging where the eye is and stuff, I think the track's going to shift a little bit this way. You see the forecast track is this line right there. That's that. I think it's going to shift a little bit to the east because I'm just centering it up on where the eye is on the radar. And it's not going to turn this way and go that way. It's going to continue in the northeasterly direction. Let's see what we're doing here. Facebook going. Facebook's looking good. Yeah, thank you very much here. And all you guys watching on Facebook, appreciate it. If you guys got a comment or a question, please don't hesitate to leave it down below. And if you're watching on the YouTube side, here we're up to 15 likes now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If you can please, before you head off, again, I'm averaging about 6 minutes right now on the YouTube algorithm. So the way YouTube works is to help, especially when you're a small channel, you got to get some people to subscribe. That's one way. You leave a like. That also helps. And you leave a comment down below. If you do those three things, it helps me as my channel to kind of grow a little bit. And also allows the YouTube feed to kind of pop into somebody else's feed. It's like if one person leaves, another person gets a chance to come in. So we learned with our broadcasts back during severe weather season that if I don't engage you as the viewer, you as the subscriber, you as the YouTuber watching this broadcast, that it'll die completely. And we've been able to hold our own here for the last hour or so as we're watching the broadcast. But I clearly definitely need your assistance if you can help me out there. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, y'all chat a lot, but it also helps that chat from other people. You gotta have a little bit of comments from other people too, not just the regulars there. Because I love my regulars, you know I do. I love y'all. I love all y'all, and because y'all were working with me for the beginning. It'll be interesting to see where we are a year from now. We're coming up on my 1-year birthday on October 1st. That'll be my 1-year mark of doing this channel. It's so funny. I was looking back at my old stuff. I'm like, man, I can't even watch that stuff. It's come a long way. We've come a long way for sure. All right, let's go back here to the YouTube again. I'm going to go back to these cameras. Oh, wow. Every time I check it. Woo, he's getting hurricane force winds into him now. Look at that blinding rain coming through there. Very high gusts. Yeah, here we go. He's rocking his car. See, that's the car is rocking a little bit. Wow. He's getting the hurricane force winds now. Absolutely. We're seeing landfall, Francine. He's just kind of getting a better camera view here a little bit. Wow. That's some heavy stuff coming in. Well, the power outages are going to go up big time here across Louisiana here over the next couple hours. Getting the heaviest wind action we've seen out of his position. He's been there for about an hour, Brandon has. And that continues there. Let's go just to his west. Let's check out Aaron's position here. He's over near some of those shrimp boats. On the wrong side of the road. Get on your side of the road there, buddy. At least the power pole's looking okay so far. Getting some pretty good winds down here. Oh, I got Penny here on Facebook. Hey, Penny, how are you? Your brother is, oh, yeah. Well, they're going to see the heavy action there on Lake Pontchartrain. Again, I'm worried about that area up there in New Orleans here. So you said you are... There's Lake Pontchartrain right there. So you see the heavy action getting up that way, but the core of this hurricane is going to go right. I think it's going to go pretty right smack over New Orleans. So your brother needs to make sure he hunkers down and just waits for this thing to go on by there, Penny. And hopefully he's safe here for the night. Thank you for your question. Yeah, this definitely... one thing's for sure, before landfall, it definitely got a little better organized. I mean, this core here, the center is much more circular than it was a couple hours ago. A couple hours ago, it was very oblong looking. It was kind of wobbling, but it's definitely gotten a little more concentric right before landfall, which is good as doing it now before it moves inland. But I didn't do it earlier. But it has definitely been getting a little better looking organized wise. 68 mile per hour winds into that buoy there. Let's see this one. 40 mile per hour wind gusts there, and this one up here, 44 mile per hour winds there. Pardon my belch there from my soda. I apologize for that. And all these guys' cameras are all together now. Here's Corey's camera. Look like watching a sign flutter in the breeze there. Let's see. Check all these guys' camera here. Oh God, that's an old dump house. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that roof was probably damaged before. looks like it was covered with a tarp and it got blown off. And let's see here. I think I already checked on Corey. Yeah, that's Corey's. All right, let's checking everybody's cameras. Brad's. Don't look too bad where he's at. He's moving. Let's go back down to Aaron's. At least the cameras are holding very well. I got to get the internet is staying up good, but definitely getting that horizontal rain blowing through here. Get some very high gusts in here as well. Sure, the power outages are starting to come up. That's for sure. No way you're going to be able to keep the power up in that stuff. Brandon's probably had the most intense winds in his area. Looks like it's starting to back. He's getting awfully close to that eye wall, though. He's getting very close. He's only about, let's see the distance here. He's only 10 miles from the eye wall. So what we're going to see here soon from his camera, and he'll be the first one because he's a little bit further west, he's going to get into this eye wall. Oops, sorry about that. As you can see, the eye wall here is starting to make its inland approach. So part of the eye wall here is scraping part of the coast. It's not technically landfall just yet, but I think we're getting awfully close. So he'll be coming into the eye where he will go. It'll still be cloudy above him because the satellite imagery here is that updating? Yeah, it's still updating. It's not clear. I mean, it clear. Looks like some thunderstorms were kind of blowing up on the north side. It was showing down on the radar, and I wasn't exactly sure, but I definitely could see that there a little bit. Here right along the coast, it looks like some thunderstorms right before it made landfall or making landfall, starting to beef up there a little bit. You see the blow up with the thunderstorms? You can see them very nicely on that satellite imagery. Very nice. Go back over here to the radar. Whoops. I'm starting to see some of our flood advisories coming in, some flash flood warnings. That's that orange area there. That whole yellow is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock, but that orange area is flash flood warning that's now up for that area. So we'll watch that with the rainfall amounts. In fact, I haven't looked at the rain totals here in a little bit. Let's take a look at that. Oh, yeah, it's definitely starting to see some heavy rains here showing up. 3, 4 inches. These guys now down to 4 inches, 5. You can see that coming in. If I can loop this radar here, you see the heavy rains invading from the south and coming on shore and filling in across New Orleans as well. New Orleans itself sitting a couple inches. That's not too bad. But down here to the south, 4 inches, 4 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. Yeah, I think 5.5 inches. So we got that heavy stuff's just now starting to come on shore with the heavy rain, rain totals. But like I said, at least this thing is friggin' moving, not stalling. I remember hurricane, oh God, it was a D-name storm. I think it was back in 98 or 99. I can't remember. I was working at the Weather Channel at the time. I was working in the radio department. And it was sitting over Mobile Bay for like hours. It dropped like 20 inches of rain, something off the chart rain totals there across Mobile. Looks a little bit of, Roof damage, maybe? I don't know. Hard to tell with some of these patch jobs down there in the bayou country. Seeing some of the higher winds down there. I want to see. Let's see what his sounds are like. I turn on the sounds here a little bit just so you kind of hear that wind gust. And that's how it sounds. Ooh, he's in the most intense. Wow. Let's turn on his audio. Yeah, that's the most intense. He's just, again, what we're going to see here when the eye wall comes out, it's going to go straight from intense to nothing as he gets into that center of circulation. I want to stay on this for a second. Let's see how close he is to getting out into the actual eye of the hurricane and see that wind and all that rain just shut off. Turn this down just a little bit. Don't make it too loud for you. See, how close is he? Let's turn that down again. And he's getting really close. And look at the velocity winds here. Yeah, he's definitely in the highest winds. Absolutely. Seeing that. 76, 76, 75, 81, 85. That's right in his area. There's definitely 83 mile per hour winds. Yeah, he's 90. There's a 90 right there, right nearby him. Some very good winds over here. And he's also seeing hurricane force winds and gusts over here as well. We're seeing there. Now, of course, this is a little off the surface. The beam is off the ground. Got that. But you can guess that you get some, in that blue area, you're getting hurricane force gusts for sure. Let me put this, turn this off, put this back in the reflection mode here again. And we got the landfalling of Hurricane Francine here on September 11th of all days. Where were you on September 11th? I know where I was. I was working at a TV station in Atlanta, Georgia. I was a producer at the time, not doing weather. And I had just come out of a doctor's appointment with my daughter, who was a 6-month-old at the time, and saw that one tower was on fire, and then I saw the other plane come in as I was checking out, and I was like, holy crap. And then at the time, I was actually getting ready to get out of the Army Reserves. That didn't happen. I stayed in, and I did 6 deployments overseas after that one. So changed my life, that's for sure, and I retired 30 years at a time when I thought I was going to get out after 8. So big change there. But we got the landfall here of the home. Just got the kiddies off to school. There you go. Hey, Janelle. That's good. I want to stay on him. He's going to be coming out. Boy, he's getting the soup. Yeah. The most intense activity is always right near that center of circulation, and he's definitely getting the most intense winds we've seen from Francine. Again, it's Category 1 hurricane. Definitely will do some power outages, going to cause some minor flooding across Louisiana. The threat going in tonight after the thing makes landfall is going to be the tornado threat along the Gulf Coast. That'll pick up here later tonight. New Orleans is going to be ground zero here. Did I lose this video? Oop. Oh, there you go. It just came back off for a second. I thought I lost this video for a second. But he's real quick at getting on out of here real soon. He is so close. Look at that. He's like miles away. How far is he? He's literally, good Lord, how far is he away now? He is literally 5 miles. That's it. 5 miles from the eye of the storm. So he's really close. Now these guys are getting into the real heavy stuff. You got a whole group of these chasers right in here. Surprised it's not showing, but it's not going to look that bad. He's not seeing any power lines now. That's a good thing. There's Connor. See the flooding down there. Boy, it doesn't take much at all. See all the trucks there blind through the heavy rains. Those 4x4s can handle it. Just watching these power lines and these poles, making sure they don't have any problems. But Brandon's going to be the first one. We got our storm making landfall at the 5 o'clock hour on Francine. And I think we're definitely going to see part of the eye wall here get into areas between Baton Rouge and into New Orleans. It's such a big eye, center of circulation. But that zone's going to get hit pretty good here with widespread power outages with the storm. It won't be like a type of power outage that's going to take weeks to clear out, a few days in some cases. But the power crews right now, probably over at Lake Charles, Port Arthur, they're over there in Texas waiting there. They're standing by. As soon as the storm moves on out, power crews will come back in. That's why they always tell you, by the way, when you have a landfalling hurricane, have 3 days worth of supplies. I think it was Hurricane Wilma. It was coming into Florida. This was back in 2004. Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida at the time. And, of course, this was after Katrina. It was 2005. It was after, everybody saw what happened with Katrina. And he told everybody they were complaining after the first day. Florida had a much better infrastructure to react to hurricanes in Louisiana. And what happened there was Jeb Bush, he goes, 3 days. If you didn't leave, we told you, have supplies, have stuff for 3 days. And he didn't mince any words. He sat there and he says, hey, what part of 3 days did you not understand? We told you to leave. You didn't leave. You wanted to stay. We told you 3 days. And, of course, at the end of 3 days, everything was back up and like they were supposed to be. But they told you 3 days. So rule of thumb, anywhere on the Gulf Coast, my family lives in, my parents lived in Pensacola for a lot of years. And they always had supplies and were ready to go for 3 days. Hey, you know what, funny, Janelle? It's funny you mentioned the trash can, because earlier we were watching some video earlier, and some guy's trash can had blown out in the middle of the road. It's so funny you mentioned that. Yeah. There's the wind. Hey, that's shoot a windsock. It's like, is that a wind station there, or is it just a wind? It's just a windsock. I thought maybe it was a station there. But he should be coming out of it here real soon. I want to keep going back to his camera because I like to see it go from heavy wind and rain and then going over to the eye of the storm. Because you see here, it's like literally right there. So let's go ahead and hang on this camera for a little while. Again, if you guys got, anybody's watching, if you got a question or anything like that on Facebook or on YouTube, please post it down below. I got access to both comments. If you're new to the channel, before you leave, if you do me a favor, please give me a thumbs up. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. And if you would consider subscribing to the channel, it'll be an honor and a pleasure to be one of your weather sources of the many YouTube geeks out here in the YouTube universe. I'd love to be one of your followers. And, of course, I got my regulars here watching, and I always appreciate you guys watching our broadcasts. But definitely looking at some very heavy rain and wind action here with this storm. I really want to see this thing make the transition over from heavy rain, over heavy winds to nothing. And I think we're real close to seeing that. So I'm going to hang out on this image here just for a little bit longer. Let's turn on this audio a little bit. Let's see if they can hear the audio here. Hopefully he doesn't say anything bad. And a lot of the chases, they're all on the same frequency. They got their little push-to-talk chat functions in their computers and stuff. It didn't make it to Cat 2. Oh, let me. I heard something there. I'm gonna leave this on there real quick. Let me go back to that. I'm gonna leave that up for you guys. They said there was a new advisor that got issued. So let me look at this. I got you on that video. I'm gonna update this over here. It sounds like they said they upgraded it. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just going to verify. I see it's 3 o'clock. I don't see. I'm just going over here to double check. Here's the 4 o'clock. Okay, I see I got something here. Hold on one second. I'm going to upgrade this. They did upgrade it. Oh, I was surprised. They did upgrade it. It just came out. Breaking news here. They did take it to Cat 2. I didn't think it was going to make it. I didn't see it there. But they did take it to Cat 2 right before landfall. So here is the latest on this. I'll keep that going again. Here is your latest breaking news here. Just took it to a Category 2 here right before landfall on the system. Again, the graphic hasn't updated yet, but the coordinates have. So we're at 29.2 north, and you're looking at, let me get this back out of studio mode here again, and you're looking at 91.5 west, northeast at 15, pressure down to 972, and 100-mile-per-hour winds. Now, remember what I was just saying. I was just noticing, and I was saying that over the last couple of hours, let me go back over here to Radar Omega. Over the last couple of hours, I was noticing that the center circulation was looking better organized. It wasn't as long. It looked like it was a little more circular in nature. And I was also seeing some thunderstorms that were blowing up on the north side right before landfall here. So we didn't officially make it to Category 2 status here. And again, I want to go back to his camera as we got winds to 100 miles per hour. And he's about ready to come into the eye wall here. He's in the worst of it. Yeah, he's in the worst of it right now. Landfall of the Hurricane Francine, Cat 2 hurricane, and Brandon, he is right in the eye wall, and we're about ready to break into the eye. So he's in the murk of it. He's getting some wind gusts close to 100 miles per hour on the system. So that is, we'll mute that down a little bit, getting a little loud. So we did get to Category 2 status on the hurricane. Didn't think we were going to make it, but it did on the last advisory before landfall. Did it right before landfall. Dropped to 972 millibars. Boy, how close is he's got to be right on it now. I keep going close there. I mean, he's just on the edge of it, man. Just on the edge of it. Yes, I'm not a man with just a weather app. I went to Mississippi State. I got my seal of approval from the American Meteorological Society. I worked in a lot of different markets: Atlanta, Panama City, Birmingham, Chattanooga. Yeah, I've done this for a little while. Yes, I would like to remind folks. Yes, I actually am a meteorologist. And look at the sky starting to clear a little bit. Let's watch this live. I think he's getting ready to get into the eye wall here, into the eye here in just a second. It's not going to clear. It's not going to be sunny skies, but the winds are going to come to a halt. Look at the winds are starting to come down. Watch the winds. They're going to start to subside here very quickly as the eye of the hurricane is now coming in. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, we appreciate you. As the winds are starting to subside, he's going to be in the eye of the storm here. 237 people watching his feed right now as he is now into the eye of the storm. But breaking news, we did officially get to Category 2 hurricane here, and we're getting ready to watch here. For those who are just tuning in, this is one of the storm chasers here down in Louisiana. He has been in the eye wall. He's had some gusts up to about 100 miles per hour, and I see in the clearing the bright a little bit more light here just off to this side of the screen here. So it looks like we're going to see, again, this kind of come in here, and looks like we should see the winds here die down here very shortly. Getting really close, but it's picking back up again. Boy, he's like sitting right on the fence of that eye wall. Hey, Penny, you just switched to YouTube. Hey, well, welcome on board. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, Penny, please do me the favor and subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Help our count go up another one. Thank you for watching on both Facebook and YouTube. But thank you for watching. Well, he's getting really close. Look, I'm just waiting for these winds to just die. It's going to completely come flat here in just a second. Well, you see stuff flying around there in the distance here. I've seen some of the trees back here. I've seen some of this stuff just kind of fly off in here. Like, I was looking back over here. I saw something kind of flying off. Whoop. Whoa, whoa, look at, holy crap, look at that. Wow. See that gust went on by. Hello. Some of those trees getting blown up pretty good there. Let's go and turn his audio back on. What's so funny? You notice something here with his car. You see the dents in him. That is from hail damage. Oh, he just lost his window. A tree just shattered his window. Holy crap! And now he's oh Lord, now he just lost his feed. Oh Lord, we may have just lost that camera. Oh no, he came back up. So he had a tree just blew out his back window. Flying debris just. So he just lost his back window to a tree. We saw that debris that just went flying by, but poor Brandon just lost his tree there.
Surprisingly, very surprisingly, we have not had the surge come up anymore. So, I mean, the wind's definitely gone up, but the surge hasn't.
So kind of listening in a little bit on what these guys are talking about. It got a little dark there for a second. Where is the damn eye? It looks like he should be out of it. But then again, it may have been reorganizing. You notice here a little bit some stuff trying to form in here. I thought he'd be in the eye, but he may not be totally in it just yet.
They're really pushing that lake over towards the road.
Let's go check on the other cameras real quick here. Let's go and check on these guys just off to his west, or east, I should say. Let's see, Vince. Oh, yeah, they're getting a little bit of the water blowing in out of those bayous there. So seeing some of the water there blowing in over the road. Let's see how his sounds like. Again, looking at some of the heavy rains and some of the heavy winds coming in here.
Somehow this trash can hasn't blown away yet.
Who leaves a trash can out in the? I still don't get that. You know a hurricane was coming. Why don't you pick up your trash can?
Like, who in their right mind puts out trash cans in a hurricane?
Yes, exactly. We were talking about the trash can thing just a little while ago. Oh. He's checking back and forth on these cameras. These guys are in the eye wall, so they're getting the most heaviest winds coming through here. Let's go back over to Brandon. Looks like his winds have calmed down. So I think he's getting into the eye wall now. Yeah, his winds have definitely calmed down. So Brandon's now on the eye wall. Finally showed up. Although I wish he'd clear that little rain on us. He lost his back window. Hope he doesn't get his car flooded too bad.
Yeah, shit's really hitting a fan now. I'm just about. I'll go around it in this yard if I have to. I'm in the eye right now.
Yeah, he's in the eye.
It's still a little bit windy, but we're clearing out.
Yep. I was saying we thought he was going to be in the eye. Still breezy, but it should calm down a little bit more. It's just. Part of it is looks like some activities trying to form just inside his position right through here. You see that right through there? That's probably some of the concern there. Let's go back over to these guys again. We'll go up and down the shots. Oh, his picture looks like crap. to get that rain attenuation. Ooh, he's getting some heavy winds there. Getting some heavy wind action there. As we're watching the landfall here of Francine. I'm just kind of checking all the cameras to see who's got the better looking shots. There's Connor. Seeing some of those trees blowing it down across the road. I think we're probably going to lose some power lines in this area, that's for sure. And checking vents down here at the bottom. Oh, tree down. There you go. We were just talking about it. Tree down, power lines down. There you go. You're getting the eye wall, man. We're gonna get images just like this all across Louisiana tonight. Just happened here on TV. I just missed it too. Doggone, I was just checking it. But looks like we got some heavy action there. He's trying to see if he can get around it. I don't know if he can. Is he trying to get around it? Nope. Where are you going to go, dude? Seeing which way he's going to try to go. Yeah, he's turning. I think he's going to turn.
The canopy of this, as soon as I can take my chainsaw out, it's going to be.
Oh, he's got a chainsaw with that. That's what you call being prepared, folks. He's got a chainsaw. He's going to go in and try to get around it by cutting the tree down. He's got a chainsaw with him. Okay, we'll come back and watch him in a minute. And he should be in the eye wall good now.
The window is gone.
Yep. He's in the eye wall. Brandon lost his, he had a tree come through his back window. And he is, it shattered out his back window. He's going to show it? Yeah, there it is. Boom, there it is. So he had a tree come in and break out his back window and blew it right out. That's tough to see. That car has been through so much craziness. I mean, I wonder how often these chasers go through vehicles. But we have our Category 2 hurricane. We did make it to 100-mile-per-hour winds officially from the National Hurricane Center as Francine here making landfall. The new 5 o'clock advisory Eastern time, 4 o'clock Central, took the winds to 100-mile-per-hour winds. And the graphic is now updated as we're making landfall right now. And these hurricane force winds, folks, are getting very close. Definitely got a lot better organized here on the radar right here in the last few hours or so. As this conglomerate there of some very strong heavy winds right through here is going to rock between New Orleans. I think New Orleans is going to catch part of this. And Baton Rouge and Gonzales. That whole area in there is going to get hit. Let me get back over to Radar Omega. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'm sitting there talking about something and not having it up. So that whole area there that I've got highlighted there in the pink, that is where the hurricane force winds are currently sitting. Some of the gusts are going to be upwards of 100 miles per hour. What we saw here in the last few images, I still think they got this track over too far to the right. I don't understand why they got that. But 100 mile per hour winds. And then you see here, by the time we get to 2 a.m. tonight, they got it way up here and it's down to 65. So they expect it to weaken rapidly here over the next several hours. So, but I still think this track is off. I really do. I mean, I'm going to the center of the eye. I'm putting the track over here. That's just me. Maybe that's where the lower pressure was found. I don't know. But I'm going off the eye of the hurricane. I'm using eyeball visual on this. So these guys are getting ready to get out of the eye wall. Let's see if he's been able to get the tree. Oh, they're working on that tree. Still trying to, the tree fell down. They're trying to move close to the eye wall. So they're taking out the chainsaw and they're cutting some of the debris out of the way so they can get on the road and get moving. Yeah, you're right, Janelle. That eye wall at some points was sitting about 70 miles across. Very big, very large. So they're working on trying to clear that debris out. And let's go to the last image on this one. I'll freeze it. And I'll do another image here. Stop, stop, stop. All right, so this eye wall going right across is now 57 miles. Okay, so That's why it did strengthen just a little bit the last hour or so right before landfall. I was noticing that we were getting thunderstorms blowing up on the north side of it, and the signature was looking better on the radar. So it strengthened just a little bit right before landfall. Thank God it didn't get its act together further out into the Gulf, but it did make it to Category 2 status before landfall. We're getting a new image here from Radar Omega here, updating here on the scan. So let's see what this looks like when the scan goes by on the eye wall here a little bit. As it puts down the new image. Moving a little bit further. But you see what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you clearly see. I mean, they got the center right here on the advisory. But I mean, it's in the eye. Yeah, sure, but it's not the center of the eye. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing that's probably because that's where the lowest pressure in the eye was. So they're putting it right there. So that's where the lowest pressure was. Got it. Wind's starting to come up a little bit where Brandon's at. It was very calm there for a minute. Picking up a little bit. Yeah, he's just on the edge of that eye wall. See how that stuff's coming up from the south? This stuff here is just catching. He's still glitching on the eye wall there a little bit. So he's getting a little bit of action there. There's Corey's camera. Still getting those hurricane gusts through there. There's Aaron moving. If he's moving south, he's going to catch up where that tree's down in the middle of the road. So right now, the strongest storm surge is coming in right through here, right through these bays, right through here. This is where the strongest storm surge is coming in and happening right now. So that's where that 5 to 10 foot storm surge is likely coming in. So here's your storm surge there. Again, 5 to 10 feet. That's right where I was just painting that. And that's lining up just about where the Hurricane Center was saying. So that's where that high storm surge is moving in right now. And we did get to Cat 2. Got to give the good boys in National Hurricanes. It's so weird because they were waffling back and forth. They went from 90 back up to 100. They reduced it back to 90 during this 11 o'clock update, and then it did hit 100 by the afternoon. So they were kind of going back and forth on it, whether we were going to see this make it to Category 2 status. I knew there was no way it was making it 3. That wasn't going to happen. I knew that. But was definitely seeing those higher winds in there. Let's check out some of these winds here. I haven't looked at those in a hot minute. So let's take a look here. 70, 80, 88, 85, 95, 100, 103, 101, 97. Seeing 80 mile per hour winds around where these guys are at. Winds over here sitting in the 70s. Let's see what the buoys are showing. 77 mile per hour winds there. So we got some gust to hurricane gusts right there on that graphic there. Turn that off. I'm checking these buoys out here. 46 on that one. 50 mile per hour winds on that one. So we had one of these buoys here showing 77 mile per hour wind gusts. Let's go back over to reflectivity mode here. As the next up here is going to be the interior sections. We're talking about New Orleans getting in on part of that eye wall here, especially the western suburbs of New Orleans. You know, you reminded me something to Janelle. I haven't done this in a hot minute, so let's go down here and check something. I want to check something here. So I want to look at my Twitter feed and see if we get any kind of videos coming out of Louisiana. So I'm getting a little bit of sinus going here. And I'm going to kind of scroll here. This is the Twitter feed here. X feed. And that eye is huge. Just trying to see if there's any other video that's kind of coming here from there. Oh, there's some of the storm surge. There you go. That's Dulac, Louisiana. So seeing some of the storm surge there. That's why I wanted to check the Twitter feed here. That was 18 minutes ago. So we got a little bit of storm surge video there that posted. And you see it kind of coming over the wall there. All right, let's keep going down here. I don't know who made this graphic, but that's pretty good there. And my beautiful wife is home. Yes, you do. You need to get takeout. Absolutely. All right, so there you saw the storm surge. We are getting a little bit of that storm surge there. Again, I wanted to go back to that Twitter feed there. Down there in Dulac, Louisiana, as the water's coming over the roads down there. So that's the storm surge there along the coast. 5 to 10 feet, probably a little higher than that. I'm not sure if it's high or low tide. I didn't look at that. I should have looked that up. But definitely seeing that. Let me go back over to Radar Omega here again. Of course, my wife said, you want to take out? Absolutely take out. Let's go back over to Radar Omega here. Whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. I want to stay on this one. So we still got a good part of the eye still sitting over the water here. So we got part of it making landfall right now. We already know it's inland here where one of our chasers were at. And this outer wall band here will be bringing in some hurricane force gusts coming in from the south along that area. So they've been fed, yes. So, yes, I fed the dog. So, areas like Convent, Lutcher, Paincourt Villa, LaPlace, Kenner, Death Island, all these areas are going to see their conditions deteriorate here pretty rapidly with that outer supposed eye wall right there. All this is going to be where all the heaviest winds are going to be, hurricane force gusts and things like that. Let's take a look at the power update here. I have not checked that in about an hour. So I'm going to turn on the state hour power outage here. Last time I checked, it was at 8,800, up to 11,000, almost 12,000 power outages now. So that's only about not even 1% of the population out, but we still got a lot of heavy wind to go into some very populated areas there in around between Baton Rouge and Louisiana. So we're going to have a lot of power outages in there. All right, let's see. Let's turn this off here. So we're up to 12,000 on the power outages now, and slowly watching that go up. And that's going to continue to deteriorate here for tonight. Let me look at the SPC. I want to double check and make sure we haven't got a new watch coming out anytime soon. Take these off for a second. Nope, still. So we're still looking at that tornado watch up. That's up around until 11 o'clock. That has not changed. I was just double checking that. Again, this whole area there, we do have a couple of flash flood warnings now in there, but all that area in there in yellow is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time. And then Mississippi going over to Alabama. Oh, yeah, you got the beer symbol up there, Kobo? Yeah, she probably will buy some of that. I was talking about you buying beer. Because they put the beer emoji in my chat. Of course they might put a beer. Of course. It is classy. Hey, James, welcome back. Good to see you there. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. Appreciate all the followers today. Thank you for the new subscribers as well for this afternoon. I appreciate it. We added a few folks today. Again, we're not going to get the thousands and thousands of views on this channel when you got so many people out there streaming, but we've had a pretty steady stream of viewers here for today. In fact, what is let me look at the time queue. We are up to 17 likes there. So if you haven't done a like yet, do a like, do a thumbs up there. And we're averaging about 7 minutes per viewer. That's not bad. Pretty good high quality stuff there. This will make a little bit of money in the old monetization jar. That's a nice little thing. I do monetize the channel to make a little money, hopefully to be able to pay back some of the expenses on keeping this channel up. But every little dollar amount helps, absolutely. It does take time. I know. It ain't built in a day. I know it takes time. I know it takes time. People keep telling me, "It's that dude, you're almost to 5,000 in the first year. You've done pretty good." I'm like, okay, all right, I'll take your word for it. It's just what throws my thing off a little bit is the fact that I saw other people when they started before I did. I saw how quickly they were able to grow. I came on after everybody else was coming on, after The Godfather came on, and there's just too much traffic out there. One big event. Well, this is not. I wouldn't call this the one big event. Actually, I'll be honest with you, Janelle. It may be the smaller events that have helped us out the most with getting new subscribers to the channel. That's really been the smaller events have done better than the bigger ones have. So I'm going to play it by ear for tomorrow to see how I'm going to do with maybe some severe weather coverage tomorrow, just depending on how the tornado threat looks. Right now, it hasn't done a whole lot. And let me go back to studio mode here. I need to look at something here. I want to look at the last update here. So bear with me for a second as I look at the latest model data here. Whoops. Minimize that. And I want to look at the HRR. Latest 20Z's coming in. 20Z's in right now. That's pretty much in. So again, we're talking about the tornadic part of this as this thing makes landfall. All right, I want to show you this. This is the high resolution model data here. Oh, my eyes getting tired. And you see all this up coming along the coast here. So areas here along the western edges of Louisiana, brushing into Biloxi, Mobile, going into Pensacola. That's some pretty high levels here coming into the overnight hours. So anybody along the Gulf Coast here for tonight, make sure you have your weather alerts. Make sure you have your phones ready to go, because we're going to have some water spouts and some tornadoes here across the Florida Panhandle, South Alabama, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast here for the overnight hours. All right. Now, when you look at the 18Z, and this allows me to take it out further, you see we're up to I see the parameter going to a 4 or 6 across Mobile, Baldwin County, Pensacola. There's going to be some problems there tonight. This moves inland here a little bit, so we'll see some watches and stuff in this area for tomorrow, although it's not as high as it is currently. But this is pretty high here to the south. Let me clear that out. Sorry about that. I mean, after landfall, this thing really spikes. So I'm really concerned about going through the overnight hours. I'm not going to be broadcasting at 2 o'clock in the morning. I won't. I'll be too tired. I'll be asleep by then. But folks on the Gulf Coast, you really, really, really need to pay attention tonight and watch out for the tropics, because once this bad boy moves inland, land friction and everything else and that rotating wind swirl, you're going to get those isolated tornadoes. They're not going to be overly strong, but it only takes one. It only takes one that's not overly strong to go ahead and hit your house and cause problems. There you go. Just checking out y'all's count. I'll spam you out and all the... Hey, I'm all for it, man. Spam me out. It's all good. The big thing that I've really enjoyed is my YouTube shorts have done pretty well. Like the one today, for example, has done... What has it done today? It has seen 300 views, which is good. And let's see, what has it done for today as far as subscribers? No subscribers. All my subscribers have come from the broadcast, which is good. Normally on the shorts, I get 3 to 5 new subscribers out of it. But here's one thing I found out about shorts. Shorts is all based off my number in the corner. I have 430 something, so it's only going to allow me about 450 views potentially on
Drive with the flashlights on. behind us to the side a little bit here. It's always hard to show the power of these hurricanes here on camera. This is probably the worst of it here right now. Hear a wind whistling, holy smokes. There's 3 in the road back here.
Sorry about that. Microphone switch. I had to switch microphones. So he's getting up there. Let's look at the winds where he's at. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let's check some of these winds out where these chasers are in here. Whoops, I don't want a screenshot. So he's seeing 77-mile-per-hour winds there. 60, 70, 55. A little bit lower in this little part here. 73, 77, 80, 82. And he's down here by himself. 82, and then it kind of goes out to 0 there. Now he's in the, well, again, that eye is reorganized. He's just on the edge of that. That's why he keeps getting some mixed data there. Oh, was that power line down? What is that? What is that? I know that ain't no power line. What is that? What's he pulling? Is he trying to pull a boat? Okay, we gotta watch and see what this guy's doing. Yes, I fixed my microphone. Yeah, sorry, James. My other microphone had gone dead on me. I had to swap them out. That's why I got 2 of them. Trying to figure out what these guys are doing. Are they trying to pull that boat out of the... They can't be pulling a boat. What are they doing? He's going to go around them. I have no idea what those guys are doing. You can't try to pull a boat out of the water on the road? What the heck? Okay, that goes up as the weirdest thing I've seen today. So it looks like he's on the move. Is he moving northward? Let's see here. Yeah, he's moving northward. He's moving back up the road. Okay. Look at that thing organized. Boy, it just got organized right before landfall. You know how many, I've seen that a handful of times with these tropical systems. Right before landfall, they go through a little burst or a little bit of organization. And this storm did. And this eye is still, it's still holding over water. Remember, it's a lot of marsh in here. It still looks like it's reorganizing, and that eye is constraining a little bit. That's really, really weird to see. Again, kind of doing the eye. It's definitely been getting a little more concentric. That's why he was he was in the eye wall, and then some new banding was taking place there, and it was filling. Now, eventually, that eye is going to fill in completely as the whole center of circulation moves away from the water and moves inland. That entire thing will begin to fill in, and you'll see that pretty good. So what I want to show you here, and let me go back over to the wall. Okay, I'm going to go over to the wall here real quick. So again, you got the storm moving in. So you still got this filling in. As this eye moves in, it'll fill in with precipitation pretty rapidly. So area near Huma, getting near Convent, this whole area in here, this is where the highest winds are. Obviously, we've seen where the chasers have been. They've been in the hurricane force winds for a while. Brandon's starting to move back to the north here. But this is the center of circulation. I did see some of the storm surge down this way, as we saw there on the Twitter X feed. There and going. But now, Lafayette, you're kind of on the edge here. Lafayette, I wouldn't worry about you. Baton Rouge, Hammond, Mandeville, New Orleans. That's going to be right, especially between Baton Rouge and New Orleans here. The track is right here. I think it'll be a little bit further to the east as far as the dead center. We'll see how it works out when this thing fills in. But this is going to track out this way. The good news is that it's moving at a pretty good clip. Still moving at about 17 miles per hour here as this moves up. Surprisingly, haven't had any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. That's been a little bit of a surprise. We had one tornado warning earlier. But nothing since. Not for a little while here now. Surface temp. Let me get back up here. Hold on 1 second. Let me go to studio mode here so I don't screw this up. Oh, there I am. Didn't go down far enough. Here I am. See, so I keep two different feeds. I got ones I can do completely at the wall, and I got counterparts to do it here at the desk. So I do both ways. Do both of them. I want to pull back the radar here. I haven't looked at the Mobile radar here in a little bit. I want to see what this stuff here on the periphery is doing. See, any one of these little storms out here can possibly become tornadic. And for example, just eyeballing this one, this here is catching my eye just a little bit. Let's go to velocity mode, check, see if we got any potential. Yep, caught my eye. Yep. So that right there, we probably got a water spout right here. That was just me catching the eyeball. So Dolphin Island here probably has a water spout offshore. Just wanted to check. That is a clear, yeah, you got a water spout right there, man. No doubt. Right there. Just south. So we're going to see these as it's making landfall. These little blow-ups, little spins are going to continue to increase. So anywhere along the Gulf Coast area, okay, we stay in here. So we're talking anywhere between Gulf Shores, Dolphin, Pascagoula, this whole area in here, as these individual shells walk in here, has to watch out for those potential tornadoes. We're probably going to see some, if that's getting any more closer, they're not going to put out a tornado warning. There'll be a special marine warning. I'm sure there's one out there. But as this thing gets closer, we'll probably see a tornado warning here issued a little bit later. We're getting awfully close. Awfully close. Yeah, that caught my eye. Went right to it. See, all that education paid off. All righty. See what these winds are doing up in here now. Looks like they're getting out of the eye here a little bit. 88 mile per hour wind gust there. Wow, that's the highest one I saw on that one. 55 there. Inland area, 47 there. So this is the highest wind I've seen on this bayou there. Pressure down to 28.98 inches. That's clearly the lowest pressure I've seen there too. And winds to 88 miles per hour. So definitely getting confirmation on what we've been seeing here with the storm. As it's made a landfall officially during the 5 o'clock hour. So looks like everything behaved as anticipated. Although I will say, looking at the radar here, the forward speed could be slowing down just a little bit. It just eyeballing it doesn't appear to be it's been moving nearly as fast as it was showing earlier. Just a hair. So it's been moving forward at 17. It is forecast to slow down a little bit as it moves inland. But it will continue to trek inland here, which is the good news for the rainfall. It won't be too bad here. Let's look at the rain totals here again. Haven't looked at that in a little bit. And very heavy rainfall. Yep, absolutely. 4 inches, 4 inches, 5, 4, 4, 3.5. New Orleans has not been too bad. 2.5, 3 inches there. But we've definitely seen some higher rains down here. 5, 4. Look at these ones offshore. 7, 8, 9, 10. That'll definitely cool the Gulf waters down. You get that kind of rain, that's for sure. Let me turn that off. I should take a snapshot of this from the landfall. Let's do that. Snapshot. Save screenshot. And I'll leave it in the down top. There we go. I was just taking a snapshot of the landfalling hurricane. So we're getting a new scan around here on the storm. Again, hey, welcome to the channel for those who've never come by, never seen the channel here. My name is Greg. I've been doing this whole YouTube thing for almost a year. My 1 year birthday on October 1st as a YouTuber. And we're watching Hurricane Francine. We added 4 new subscribers to the channel, to our little channel today. If you haven't subscribed, please consider it. And before you leave, if you give me a thumbs up and leave a comment down below, let me know where you're from and let me know. Janelle, you were asking if it was a Cat 1. No, it made it to Cat 2. It did make it to Cat 2 officially on the 5 o'clock advisory. They took it to 100 miles per hour. We were noticing on the radar in the last hour or so that the center was getting a little better organized. There were some new thunderstorms that were blowing up on the north side of the circulation. So it did make it to Cat 2 officially, landfalling as a Category 2 hurricane. So I'll have to update my name list later to reflect that. I got a name list which shows everything, and I put the highest category it meets right next to it as I kind of go through the name list. Hey, Joan, Columbus, Georgia in the house. Y'all get ready, Joan. Y'all are going to have the action tomorrow. You're going to have the heavier rains. There will be probably a tornado risk tomorrow across east central Alabama, especially west central Georgia, just part of the area. But watch out for that severe weather risk here for tomorrow. In fact, just for you guys in Columbus, I know we got some guys on the Facebook side watching. Let's look at the severe outlook here. And I want to go through this here for tomorrow. Let me go to my interact mode here a little bit. So bear with me here. So again, for today, going to today, tonight, you got the slight risk there along the Gulf Coast. That's where the risk is going to be, as I was just showing you a little while ago, especially Biloxi, Dauphin Island, heading on over that area. It needs to be real careful there. And that's where the tornado risk is the highest here. Oops, for today. My bad. That's today. And then for you guys watching in Columbus, again, for tomorrow. So Columbus, you're right on the 5% chance. All of East Central Alabama is into that 5% chance for isolated tornadoes. There'll be tornado watches for tomorrow. So stand ready for that, for some active severe weather. Weather alert day across Alabama and Georgia. And then the day 3 outlook, just a general thunderstorm threat. Things settle down by day 3. That's good news there. But for tonight, ground center there is the slight risk for isolated tornadoes. That's what I'll be watching. Alrighty there. Give me 1 second. I need to go to the restroom real quick. So I'm going to put you up on the wall version of this real quick. I'm going to mute my microphone. I'll be right back in a second. I'm going to go to the restroom, and I'm going to grab me another drink because my throat's a little dry. My wife just informed me she ordered Chinese food, so if you hear the dogs go nuts, the dogs go crazy, it's because someone's knocking on my door. So hey, there you go. Janelle, you were asking about the Cat 2. There's the latest coordinates there. The last advice, the pressure did drop to 972 and took it down to 100. What's interesting is the European model nailed it. Nailed it. European model this morning was showing at 973 millibars. It really did a really good job with it. That's why I prefer the European model over the other ones. Really nailed it. So it did very well with that. Let me go back here to my radar here. Now, one thing I just thought of that I need to do for future broadcasts and live stuff, I need to keep a pad and a pencil. And when I see certain things happen, for example, the tree down the road, getting in the eye, little events, I need to write down the time and what it was. Now, all these videos obviously have the time in all the broadcasts, so it's there. So I can do like little promotional videos, and because when you go through if you've been broadcasting, we've been broadcasting since 1:30, we've been going for about 4 hours now. So you don't remember specifically when certain things happen. So write them down. So if I want to do like a little promotional thing, I know where to go to. So I need to do that for the future. That's put that on my to-do list for a future broadcast. Keep a pen and a pencil and pay attention a little better and write some stuff down. Let's go ahead and put this back into motion here again. Let's see what these guys are seeing on their cameras. We haven't looked at them in a hot minute. And Brad, ooh, he's into some heavy stuff there. And Huma, they still got power. You see the power lights on down there. Mainstay Sweets. Yeah, they're getting there between here. Huma, Louisiana. They're definitely getting the hurricane force gust coming out, but at least the power's still on. And that's an old trick. You get up near a building to kind of use as a little bit of a buffer to help protect your vehicle. Well, hey, thank you there, Kova. Appreciate you doing the shout out for us there. Appreciate it. So yeah, he's using the hotel as a little bit of a buffer zone there. Let's see what these guys look at. Connor, oof. Getting some rough action there embedded in that eye wall there. That's the eye wall that we're seeing right through there. Definitely getting some heavy gusts through there. I wonder what. Let's turn on his audio.
Wow, we're on the very, very edge of the eye wall now.
Yep, we can see that.
The eye is right behind me.
Woo! He getting some heavy action there. So none of those trees to the right get blown over. Take out some more power lines. That's probably some of the most intense wind we've seen here on the broadcast. Except for that one that came through that tree that came through that chaser's car. Always wonder how those roofs hold up in those kind of conditions, those homes. That's why so many homes in the Gulf Coast have those metal roofs, because they lose shingles. They get roof damage when this kind of stuff going on. That's some pretty intense winds there. As we got Hurricane Francine, Cat 2 Francine making landfall. Oop, there's some stuff being blown across the street.
Keep on trekking north.
He must be parallel on that eye wall for the most intense winds.
Make sure to smash that like button.
Yeah, smash that like button. Smash my like button. I tell you, all these chasers are out on YouTube, and I mentioned their names. Do them a benefit too later. Go out there and find their channel and subscribe or like their channel and stuff too, because there are eyes and ears out there, and that's what makes these broadcasts fun. So, and what's really good with their stuff is they get a lot of folks to give them tips in their tip jar on donations and stuff like that to help pay for their gas and things like that. So I highly recommend that you do that for them there. Of course, yeah, I'd rather you give the money to them and support them than me any day of the week, because these guys get out and really provide a lot of critical information, not only for us guys in the YouTube universe, but obviously for the public at large. So I always support the storm chasers, every last one of them. Got a few of them here, all conglomerated around in the Huma. There's Brad. I guess they all decided to get out of harm's way and get up near some of these buildings. He's got the camera. Yeah, he's got the one that's got the camera down on the coast. What they do is they put a camera that's got a phone with a cell phone reception thing, and they put it down there out of the way, and then they stream the video back. Let's see what his quarry looks like there. Woo, they're getting the worst of it there. And Huma's getting nailed right now. They're getting the hurricane force winds up that way now. Absolutely getting nailed up that way. Huma, Louisiana getting nailed. You see the eye coming up here from the south, so these guys should be getting into the eye wall. It shouldn't be too bad there. Now he's still getting some pretty gusty winds for him. Look at the debris out in the roads. Seeing a lot of debris out in the roads here. Nothing major though. A lot of standing water on the side of the roads as well. A lot of flooding. A lot of flooding. You would expect that. This is all very low, marshy area. What's that in the road? Oh, more trees. Now, what these guys are going to probably do for tomorrow, and I think my food's here. I'm going to go ahead and mute the mic for a second. Stand by, guys. So I sent the wife outside. My dogs were going crazy.
Can you repaint the back door?
Huh?
Can you repaint?
I'm sure if you ask them to.
Yeah, I'd like to the back door painted.
I just had the house painted over the weekend, so the house was desperately needing it. Now the food's not here yet. It ain't early. It was just something. They were just, my dogs were just being crazy. Yeah, my doggies. Oh, wow. We got some power outages there. Little lines down. Got some power lines down.
These power lines either need to lay flat on the ground so I can drive over them.
I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. He can't get around them.
Right in the middle where I can't do anything.
Oh, he's stuck behind the power lines. And you don't know if it's a live wire or not.
Dang.
Yeah, he's stuck. So this is to prove we're going to get some power outages. I probably need to check the power outage view here in a second. So category 2, Francine knocking some powers down. We got a chaser who's stuck behind the power lines there. That's terrible to see.
Go like that.
Are you going to try to catch it? Dude, no. I don't know if I would touch that, dude. I don't know if I'm that brave. He's trying to catch if it catches up. Oh, he's going to try to eyeball it through there. I don't know. Gun it.
Keep following us north.
He can't go. He can't get past that line. Let's see what Brandon's moving. He got down to the eye wall. Brandon was the one that lost his back window and a tree blew through it. His side back window. Where's the power? Was it Aaron or was it Connor? No, he's not broadcasting. Or he's looping. I think it was Connor. Yeah, Connor's stuck.
I'm not really sure what I'm going to do.
Yeah, so you got Connor, and these guys might be stuck. Aaron, he's coming up from the south, so he's going to be stuck there behind that, with that power line down across the road. These guys have all gotten up here toward Huma now. Looks like they're moving back into town. But at least the power is still on up here. You can see that. Traffic lights are on. There's Corey. I still love the gas in Louisiana, $2.59. That's awesome. They still got power on up there. And Brad, he pulled over for a second. All right. So let's do this real quick. I haven't looked at this in a few minutes. I'm going to check the power reading here. Last time I checked, it was at 12,000, right near 12,000. So let's see what the outage map is showing currently. It is currently up to 17,000. So it's going up almost 1% of the power is out in Louisiana. That's going to continue to go up here as we continue to watch the strongest winds move inland. So 17,000 now without power in Louisiana. And like I said, as this starts to make inland progress, as we're looking at landfall right now, and as big as the center circulation, it's going to take like an hour or two for the entire center to get in. What's going to happen is that this entire thing is going to fill in. The precipitation will fill in rapidly as it gets away from that heat source, and the winds are going to start to expand and spread out. But as it does so, the winds will begin to subside. And now the heaviest winds are getting up here. Let's go back over to velocity mode here. And I want to look at some of these winds around New Orleans right now. So New Orleans is seeing 40, 50 mile per hour winds right now in that area. Just to their south though, Jean, Lafayette, now we're getting close to 60. Down here, we're getting near 70, near Cutoff. Lockport, 50. Montoya, 79, 80 there. Galeno, 85. So you got all this coming up from the south. It's going to weaken, diminish, but it's a question of how much. I still think they get some hurricane gusts there into New Orleans tonight. Getting a new update, which I just interrupted. Yeah, that eye's starting to look a little more ragged now as it's interfering with that land friction coming in. Let's look at, I haven't looked at the live cam in New Orleans in a hot minute. Oh, they got to point it down to the ground. Don't do that. They had it looking down the street earlier. I hate when they do that. That's Biloxi right now. Biloxi's not looking too bad. Biloxi needs to watch out for the tornadoes later tonight. This is up under Biloxi. Those are the two best cameras that I found in the area. So outside of them and the Radar Mega cameras we've been looking at, looks like Huma's about ready to get out of the wind here in a little bit. Oh, Corey got around. Looks like they got some power outages there. Well, no, there's a light on. I see a light on the side. Look for the lights, and you can tell if you got the power on or not. There's some trees down the road. All this crap getting blown off the tree. And a trash can. Another one. Oh, my God. What is wrong with you people? God bless, man. That's like I think it's like the third trash can we've come across and watched today is folks stop securing the track. Now, the traffic light's out there, so we got some power outages in the area. That's up near Huma. Did he get by that tree? Yes, he did. Hey, he got around that power line. All right, let's hear it from Connor. There's another tree blowing across the road.
This front right quadrant of the eyeball is heading towards New Orleans anyway, so I mean, I'm just going to follow it towards the big population center, and then that way I'll be closer if I want to go tornado mode anyway. Yeah, and that makes sense. I agree with that. So again, New Orleans is in at least the right side of the town is looking at getting in it. This is the right front here. This is where the strongest winds are. Looks like the strongest winds, at least looking at the reflectivity mode here, is right through here. And that continues to move up in that general direction, northeast direction. So we're going to get some more in there. Weather. You guys are... I'll share that. Yeah, you guys, Janelle, you guys are funny. That's okay, man. It's been a good broadcast today. It's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it. Toast to everybody. Woo-woo!
Yeah, this is not like the broadcast with the Houston, the Duratio event where we had in 3 hours we had about 3,000 viewers for that one. That was pretty good. This one today we've had 256. So it's been a novice event, but that's okay. That's okay. I knew that was going to be. My expectation today was low. I already knew that because of how quiet the hurricane season had been, that this was the first storm to talk about in 6 weeks, since Beryl, 2 months, that everybody was going to be broadcasting. TV was going to be broadcasting. So it was going to be a hard fight to get anything. So the fact that the live broadcast, we added a few new followers, I'm good. I'm good with that. And we had fun. And I got to test the new look. And I got to go back and forth. Had to fix a couple minor things. But overall, I've been very pleased with the product. Except for the Hurricane Center changing their stupid plot line. It has to make me adjust my display sometimes. But that's okay. That's small. Cheers to everybody. So what's going to happen here, all these chasers are getting together. So what they're going to be looking for here, they're going to be going into obviously tornado mode. And these guys are going to be probably shifting over to New Orleans and then eventually getting over toward the Gulf Coast. Okay, so this is where the Gulf Coast here is. I was already tracking what looked like a potential water spout, and it's still there, south of Dolphin Island. So you're kind of coming in from the south. So if this continues to move up here toward the north, and that continues Pascagoula, Mossport, Grand Bay, then obviously the special marine warning is already out this way. Let's see what this buoy here is showing wind-wise. 35-mile-per-hour winds, that's not bad. That far away from the center. Getting tropical, almost near tropical storm force gusts here. Dolphin Island, near 30-mile-per-hour winds there. But yeah, going to have to watch the severe weather here as we make that transition from landfall and hurricane to watching the tornadoes become an issue here later tonight. Switch back over to the New Orleans radar. How? Look at this big old puppy making its landfall. Woo! It's been a fun day. I want to thank everybody for watching the broadcast. It's been a pleasure and an honor bringing you this coverage here for today. I'm going to play it by ear for tomorrow. See how it looks as far as any potential severe weather stuff, especially maybe during the morning hours. I might do some live coverage in the morning. Just kind of see. It depends on if the tornado threat's going to be there or not. So we'll see that. You're asking, Janelle, I got a question here. When do you think the ban will hit New Orleans? Probably within the next, I'd say probably the next hour and a half, the way it's looking at that current speed. I mean, it doesn't have to go that far. When you look at the measurement here, it's only 25 miles, 25 miles away. So yeah, another hour and a half. So it's 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock. So say 6:30 Central Daylight Time. 6:30, somewhere in there. Oops. Clear that out, dummy. Now, the only reason why I'm probably going to have to shut down is because I'm losing my voice, which stinks. Which I've gone longer on my coverage and my voice held up fine, but today it's not holding up that well. Probably because there's ragweed in the air. We got a lot of ragweed around here in North Georgia right now. It's off the chart. Always comes up in September, and it goes right through the end of October before we get a freeze. So I try to keep it entertaining, James. I try. I really do. I try to keep it entertaining. Who wants to be bored to death? Who wants to sit there and watch a channel and be bored to death? And I'm not the Godfather. I never will be, but that's okay. But I do want to keep it entertaining, try to keep y'all informed on everything that's going on here, and we'll continue to chip away at this. We still got another, do the math, 676 more subscribers to get to 5,000. But we're growing a little bit of the day. And as long as the tropics stay active, especially if my shorts keep doing what they're doing, we'll continue to trim away at that. And hopefully by the end of the year, the goal was the end of the year. I knew 1 October, the only way I was going to get 1 October was if the tropics were active enough and we had enough of these landfalling events for me to participate in. But today was not in the cards for sure. Oh, we'll hit there. Oh yeah, it's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. That's the big thing. We'll hit there. Will I be back on if there's naders? I don't know. Like I said, I'm losing my voice. Tomorrow I'm looking at probably doing some severe weather coverage because it's getting into one of my prime viewing areas. On Facebook side, I do a lot of stuff for East Central Alabama, West Central Georgia, because that was the TV market, my last TV market I worked in. So I probably will be doing some live coverage if looks like there's going to be some warnings into that area for tomorrow, as the Storms Prediction Center is expecting for tomorrow. So I definitely will probably looking at doing some coverage sometime tomorrow. Yeah, there's plenty out there. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you. My stats are pretty good as far as like returning viewers and stuff that comes out. Are actually pretty high. You'd think it'd be a lot lower than that, but I'd say a lot of my returning viewers are pretty high. Not bad. It's the 40% that haven't subscribed that you got to try to grab. And what was that last update I had here? Let's see here. Looking at my numbers here. And, oh, wow, I had a big day yesterday. Wow, made $5 yesterday. That's the best day I've had in a while. I had one video that did pretty well yesterday. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Yeah, I made $2.15. That did pretty well. And the other one, I made $2.15, and that one made $1.90. So yeah, both these ones I did. The shorts are okay. They get more views and I get more subscribers, but I don't make any. I make maybe 10, 11 cents with those. A dime, 11 cents on the shorts. The regular production videos I do daily on those, even if it's a low number, make more than that. So I had a couple of them that got 400 or 500 views on it, and those made $2 or $3. So that's not bad. I'd really love to get into the position to where this channel is making, a few dollars per day. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut down. My voice is really starting to go. So again, it's been a fun afternoon, guys. Again, landfall occurred here during the 5 o'clock hour. The storm's going to start spinning down here now. The winds are going to start to diminish, and now we're going to watch the tornado threat here through the overnight hours. That's going to be really into the early morning hours along the Gulf Coast, and then we'll watch for tomorrow. So look for me to put up something here if I think I'm going to do some live for tomorrow, and we'll be watching the tornado threat here across Alabama. So I'm going to have to shut down because I'm losing my voice, and I want to save it for tomorrow. So again, it's been fun today. Enjoyed it. It's been a great afternoon, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow, and we'll see how the events go here for tomorrow, okay? You guys take it easy. I'm going to shut down. Have a good afternoon.